Going live in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on September 17th, 2021. This meeting is being recorded. I'd like to thank Matt Giancola, as always, for his help in preparing and running this meeting. So thank you, Matt. In the interest of the time, I'm not going to make any opening comments other than to apologize for the last minute change of dates for this meeting and thank everyone both inside the commission and the public for their understanding and flexibility. Before I go through the agenda, do any of my fellow commissioners wish to make any opening comments? I'll start with you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to keep it brief, I just want to thank the staff at the commission for all their hard work to always get us prepared and ready to go for this meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
I also thank the staff. I also had the opportunity last week to travel out to Springfield and speak with the Springfield Rotary Club and bring them up to speed on some of the commission's activities. So I thank the communications staff for helping me to pull a presentation together, and hopefully it's one that my colleagues can use as we get out into the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. And of course, like always, thank you to the staff. I want to give a special shout out this week to Sean Collins, our executive director. I think we've worked him overtime this week, Sean, so thank you. And I also want to say we attended, Commissioner Concepcion and myself were invited by former Commissioner Title to the NECAA NECAM conference this weekend. And it was really nice to meet our constituents and vendors and folks in the industry for the first time in person. It was nice to just be there and feel alive in front of an audience. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to echo Commissioner Camargo and thanking the organizers of NECAN and former Commissioner Title for, extending that invitation and having such a really good conversation. And thank you to everyone who attended. It was really, really good to put names and faces together with so many people that we've corresponded with either via email or calls. So it was really nice to get to know and talk in person with some people. I think that's rare when we can be in person for things like that. So it was definitely an event and I appreciated it. So I just want to say thank you for everyone who attended, and it was really nice to see you all in person.
Thank you. Okay, Matt, can we put up the agenda, please? So it looks like a pretty standard agenda. We have a greater number of minutes to discuss and approve than we have in the past because we at our last meeting agreed to release several sets of minutes from executive sessions where the reason for not releasing them is no longer relevant. So thank you ahead of time to Commissioner Stebbins, our secretary, and to Christopher Smith, our associate general counsel, for that. The executive director's report will contain the usual statistics about licensing and the state of the industry, as well as an update on either actions taken by the commission or changes to the commission. So as always, look forward to that, Mr. Collins. We have the normal set of licensing categories. There is only one change of ownership, which is not a trend. It's just, I think, just a function of randomness, but we have one change of ownership. We have a record number of renewals. I think for the first time in history, we are going into the quadruple letters to go through the full set of renewals. And then we have standard number of final licenses and provisional licenses to go through. We have 4 topics for commission discussion and vote, as well as one topic that came up after the formal agenda was set. Go through all those in the appropriate time, and then we'll adjourn and set the next meeting date. My guess is that this meeting will be done plus or minus 2 o'clock, but as always, we'll take as much time as we need to on each of the topics and discuss them thoroughly as appropriate. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then I think we'll see where we are with respect to progress and the number of items left, and decide whether we want to power through or take a lunch break, but we'll make that determination around noon. That being said, let's get into it with the first topic being executive session or minutes for approval, and starting with 4 executive session minutes. As I mentioned, under the leadership of the Commission Secretary, Commissioner Stebbins and Christopher Smith, we went through a process that we'll continue to do on a regular basis to look at past executive session minutes that have been withheld from public release and discuss and agree on whether the reasons for withholding them are still relevant, in which case we'll continue to withhold them. If those conditions are no longer relevant, we'll release them. At the last session, we agreed to release 4 sets of minutes, and we'll go through them one by one. But before we do, I just wanted to comment on the ones that we chose not to release. Just give me 1 sec. I'd like to just read a statement with respect to the minutes that we've chosen not to release. And specifically at the Commission's August meeting, the Commission conducted a periodic review of the minutes from executive sessions to determine if the purposes for entering executive session under the open meeting law still apply. The Commission has determined that the minutes from 3 executive sessions warrant continued non-disclosure. Minutes for the executive session held on July 9th, 2020 are being withheld because of ongoing discussions between the Commission and a labor organization. Minutes for the executive session held on October 8th, 2020 are being withheld because information discussed is subject to non-disclosure pursuant to a court order. And then minutes for the executive session held on November 19th, 2020 are being withheld because information discussed is subject to non-disclosure pursuant to a court order and subject to pending litigation. The Commission will vote today to approve all other previously withheld executive session minutes. For more information, please see the memorandum considered by the Commission, which is included in the August meeting materials. So thank you. With that said, as I said a few seconds ago, there are 4 sets of executive session minutes that we agreed to release, starting with the executive session held on January 24th, 2019. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review those minutes? Do you have any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the executive session minutes from January 24th, 2019?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next set of executive session minutes that we've agreed to release are for the executive session conducted on June 4th, 2020. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes, and do you have any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, could you make a motion, please, to approve the minutes from the executive session on June 4th, 2020?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The next set of executive session minutes that we've agreed to release is from the executive session on June 17th, 2021. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes, and do you have any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from the executive session on June 17th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the release of the minutes from June 17, 2021 from the executive session by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The last set of executive session minutes that we've agreed to release is from the executive session on July 15th, 2021. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes? Are there any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the release or the minutes from the executive session on July 15th, 2021 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Then we have a regular set of minutes from our last commission meeting, which was on August 12th, 2021. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes, and do you have any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from our meeting on August 12th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion, or Commissioner Stebbins, excuse me. Commissioner Camargo, could I have your vote, please?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the minutes from our meeting on August 12th, 2021 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Mr. Secretary of the Commission, Commissioner Stebbins, is that the complete set of minutes for review and discussion at this point in time?
It is. And
Well, I want to thank
Mr.
you
Smith
again
as well.
and Associate General Counsel Smith for your work on this, and appreciate it. We will, on a regular basis, continue to review minutes from executive sessions that are still withheld, and we will make the appropriate decisions on a regular basis. So thank you for that. There being no further minutes for approval, it is time for the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Collins, are you set?
I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. We'll start with our normal data reporting from our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal, as well as cover some other updates on the happenings around the Commission. So first, the real highlights I'd like to just call your attention to are we have 26 applications that are awaiting their initial review. There's 21 applications before you today for your consideration. We have 25 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that we have requested additional information from the applicant, and they've resubmitted, and they hit a pending queue that is different than that first review. To date, as of right now, we have 97,003 certified active patients. Those are patients that have been certified and then completed the registration process with the medical use of marijuana program. And I'll discuss a bit more, some additional information here, but you'll see that to date, we have 502 applications for the third cohort of our social equity program. And again, I'll drill further down into that information for you in a later slide.
Thank you.
This very high level overview of the industry portal shows that there's a total of 9,156 unique applications and that have been one way, shape, or form begun or active within our portal. The vast majority, or 6,930, remain incomplete. To date, the Commission has approved 908 licenses. We've also issued 3 delivery endorsements, which are for micro businesses, and then 112 delivery pre-certifications. Those are combined now courier as well as delivery operator.
And pause. Any questions? Please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
This next slide indicates of those 908 applications that have been approved by the Commission, the categories within which they fall. You'll see the vast majority, 369, are for that of a marijuana retailer. Next is 274 for a marijuana cultivator and 208 for marijuana product manufacturer, which does comprise the traditional supply chain, although there's also other elements of the supply chain, including 22 micro businesses and critically 14 independent testing laboratories.
Questions? Keep going. I'm waiting for the slide with all the the matrix with all the numbers and the colors. So
The number vomit, sure. You'll see here is a bit of a workflow as far as the license life cycle. Our delivery licenses do start with a pre-certification process. There's, as I mentioned, 114. There's also the delivery endorsement, which is eligible at this point for marijuana micro businesses. There's been 91 applications that have been provisionally approved. That does include an affirmative vote of the commission. Provisional license is once the license itself is issued, once that application fee or the license fee, excuse me, has in fact been paid. There's 471 to date provisional licenses, 58 final licenses. Those are the folks that have also been returned to the commission for the issuance of a final license and are really just awaiting their final inspection to begin their commence operations. And you'll see here that there's 289 entities that have in fact commenced their operations to date.
thank you. Keep going, please.
I should note too that especially the commence operations, those numbers continue to go up as we consider those on a rolling basis. In the past 24 hours has been pretty active as far as commence operations. So that number is already stale, which is a good thing, given that folks continue to open their doors here in the Commonwealth. This next slide here indicates a bit of our internal workflow. As I noted, there's 26 applications that are awaiting their initial review. We typically get to those within a number of days. You may recall that early days of the agency, that number was trickling much higher, upwards of 90 to 120 and even longer. At this point, we're very proud of our progress to date. It's really a testament to our staff and their process. We really get to those initial applications within a number of days. More often than not, we do issue what is called an RFI, a request for more information. You see there's 163 applications that we have in fact requested additional information from. We're waiting a third-party response on 26 applications as well. That third-party response is either, it could be both, a municipal response from the host municipality indicating that the applicant is compliant with local ordinances and bylaws, and then the third-party background check through our vendor, Creative Services. You have 21 applications before you today for your consideration, and to date, the agency has considered 1,027 applications. That does include delivery certification. It also includes denials as well as the issuance of a license.
Thank you. Let me pause here. Are there questions from my fellow commissioners? Okay, please keep going.
This slide here indicates how we've evaluated those applications based on their status. Their status could be as a priority applicant. That's either existing medical marijuana treatment center or an economic empowerment applicant. Expedited review is available for the table on the right-hand side, which I'll get into next. And then if not eligible for either priority or expedited review, an applicant is considered a general applicant and will be reviewed after that priority and expedited review. Expedited review is based on license type. That's micro business, craft marijuana cooperative, outdoor cultivation, independent testing lab. Also based on your status as a social equity applicant and participant in our program. It could be also a DBE as defined by the Supplier Diversity Office, which is women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. And some applicants, 59, are eligible based on 2 or more categories. You'll see that there's been a total of 390 applicants that have enjoyed the expedited review based on that policy decision of the commission.
Thank you. Please keep going.
This next slide here is based on those expedited or priority reviews, the total volume of applications, as well as where they stand in the licensing process. I've modified this slide a bit this month just to demonstrate progress month to month. So the information included in the parens is based on the difference between the last month. So it should demonstrate progress. As I've noted in the past, we'd like to see that progress flow downward here as folks go from their pre-certification of their provisional license all the way through to their commence operations. You'll see that a total of all of our 1,023 applications that have been considered and approved by the agency, 62 have enjoyed the economic empowerment priority status. To date, 7 entities have opened their doors for commence operations. That is 2 more than last month. So folks have progressed through that licensing life cycle. Continuing to the right here, the social equity program, 146 applications have been submitted by social equity program participants. To date, 8 entities have commenced their operations. That's an addition of 1 since last month. And 152 identify as a DBE business, and 24, addition of 2 since last month, have commenced their operations. In grand total, you see that there's 360 applications of the 1,023 that have been eligible based on one of those three criteria: economic empowerment, social equity program participant, or DBE. That represents 35.1% of our total application volume.
Great. I appreciate the change to the slide. I think that's really helpful to show progress. So thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments?
And I would certainly welcome any feedback the commission may have, or individual commissioners, I should say, as far as presentation here. It's valuable data. I want to make sure we can present it in a digestible way. But I do think it's important to demonstrate that progress, or at least identify if there is in fact progress month to month. And again, the presentation is it's open for suggestion as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion. Do you have a question?
I did. I had a quick question. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly, Mr. Executive Director. So under social equity program provisionally approved, where there's a -1, do you mind just kind of describing what happened there again? I just want to make sure I'm understanding how you're breaking it down.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. That's actually insightful. That means that hopefully someone's paid their license fee. So my goal is to kind of demonstrate all the way down. You see that there's 20 additional applications we've received for pre-certification. The -1 means hopefully someone's advanced through. So the provisional license all the way down to final license, down to the commence operations. So hopefully that data would match up. So you see on the left-hand side, economic empowerment, the -1 + 1. That means to me that someone secured a final license during the last commission's meeting last month. So they now have a final license, and then 2 entities that had a final license have commenced their operations. Again, I'll continue to play with this data to make sure it's clear, but that's hopefully what that data indicates.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you. Actually, should not be interpreted, excuse me, as someone either withdrawing or abandoning that application to license.
Any other questions? All right, please keep going, Mr. Executive. Oh, you can take a break to have your protein shake.
That's quite all right. Thank you. Just ensuring my voice is available to you. So this is the slide you were waiting for, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully I'll do my best to elaborate as to what this in fact means. I've tried to highlight the key data I'd like you to take away, but of course, all of it is available to you as well as the public. This is, former Commissioner Doyle used to describe this as the pizza tracker, where we can watch based on license type folks advance through the system. The goal here, unlike the previous slide where you want to go down, you'd like folks to advance from left to right as they have a pending application all the way to their commence operations. And again, the breakdown here though is based on license type as opposed to status. So you'll see that we have 3 final licenses for marijuana couriers and 2 entities that have commenced their operations. I can actually inform you at this point, the number has advanced from 2, I believe it's to 4 now, I could be mistaken, but folks continue to advance through that process as far as their inspections and be approved for their commence operations. On the left-hand side, you see that, I'm sorry, continuing 1 row down further to the left, you see that there's 72 entities or individuals that have secured a pre-certification or endorsement for that courier license type. And here it would be, if it's courier, it would be available as a pre-certification. Advancing downward again, you see that there's 161 provisional licenses for marijuana cultivator, as well as 32 final licenses and 56 entities that have commenced their operations. So there is a pipeline of cultivation coming, and it's our objective to make sure that when we're expecting folks that they're ready to go, but that they're able to advance through the license phase or license life cycle and actually commence their operations. But their Q 161 does represent an available supply chain that may hopefully in coming months be before the commission. As far as delivery operator, you see there's 11 pending applications as well as 39 approved pre-certification. So that license type is quickly becoming, it's advancing and folks are filling out that application. And as you do know, they either enjoy priority status as an economic empowerment applicant or expedited review based on their status as a social equity program participant, as that license type is exclusively available to those status, to those individuals or entities enjoying that status. Advancing now further down, marijuana product manufacturers, there's 51 entities that have commenced their operations and 114 with a provisional license. So again, continuing with the supply chain theme. Advancing next again, Mr. Chairman, you've asked me in the past about research facilities. We have 7 pending applications at this point. Some of those are historic applications that were pending for some time. We've re-engaged those applicants to inform them of the evolved regulations and provide them an opportunity to update their applications. But we've started with a manual process there to contact them independently, inform them of those changes, and that we're going to begin reviewing those applications.
That's great. That's really important progress. So thank you for that. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I like that title. The cultivation, we don't separate that by outdoor, indoor? Obviously not, right?
We can. We absolutely can. It's a data point we can extract even further or dive into even further. So for us, the license type is that of a marijuana cultivator. We do ask the applicant, though, to indicate if it's going to be indoor or outdoor. And as I noted earlier, outdoor would receive that expedited review based on license type. So moving forward, I can make that a sub of this slide here, or sub table.
Yeah, I think that'll be nice to see. Sure. What is our outdoor cultivation industry looking like in Massachusetts?
I will make a note to build that out further for the next.
To make this slide even more complex.
And it wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, that's a great point. So thank you for that, Commissioner Camargo. Great suggestion. Other questions on this slide? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Executive Director, were you done with your explication? Or
I believe so. The only thing I wanted to flag, and it's my failure to highlight it, is that we currently have 5 independent testing labs that have commenced their operations. And I think as of this morning, in fact, one of those final licenses should be approved for their commence operations. So that would bring the total to 6. That's
great. It obviously has been a long slog and a lot of hard work on the part of the commission staff, but it's great to see that progress. That's really important. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments from the Executive Director? Please go ahead, Sean.
Sure, happy to. So the next slide here is a bit of an overview of our medical use of marijuana program, both licensing as well as registration data. You see there's 43 provisional licenses, 10 final, 83 entities have commenced their operations, and 42 licenses have in fact expired. And again, we continue to see progress here on the medical use of marijuana program. I believe today, in fact, that final license should go from 10 to 8, and the commence operations therefore should advance to 85. So we continue to open facilities and expand patient access throughout the Commonwealth, which of course has been a sustained priority of this agency since our adoption and our oversight of that program back in 2018, the tail end of 2018. You'll see here that there's on the right-hand side 103,156 certified patients. And then, as I indicated earlier, 97,003 certified active patients. The distinction there is that patients may be certified by a registered certifying physician, nurse practitioner, or physician assistant, but the patient then must proactively go into the portal and, in fact, certify and register themselves to activate that certification. So that's the difference between those two numbers. There is no charge to do that. There is no fee applied by the commission for folks to finish that process. So that's just to again illuminate the distinction there between the data. 8,112 active caregivers. You'll see here there's 283 registered certifying physicians as well as 98 registered certifying nurse practitioners. And because there's no data on it, that does imply that there are 0 still registered certifying physician assistants.
Mr. Executive Director, I don't recall this slide from the previous or the data on the slide from last month. We did change our caregiver regulations, and I'm wondering, have you seen an uptick in the number of active caregivers since that change?
Anecdotally, I can say yes. What I would suggest, though, is the expansion that's available to caregivers is that they may now be a caregiver for more than one patient. So we may not see the spike in caregivers. You may see, though, an expansion of the volume of patients that they're in fact registered as a caregiver for. It's a great question, great point. It's something I'll commit to exploring more, and if there's any insight I can offer, certainly bringing it back to the commission.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Can you explain to the commission it seems like a high number of license expired, and just give some examples of why that would occur?
Sure, I think, again, this is anecdotal and it's based on just observation more than any official survey or information we've sought to gather. The license fee is certainly expensive. It's $50,000 per year, and the medical program being vertically integrated requires that an entity maintain all aspects of the supply chain, including cultivation, manufacturing, as well as dispensing. So the build out in the siting and location and finding that real estate is certainly an intensive process, a complex process, and sometimes it may in fact take too long for someone to realize it all the way through. That's again an anecdotal suspicion as to what is occurring there. And I think some folks that may have been considering pursuing MTC may have pivoted to the adult use market as well.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, please keep going, Mr. Executive Director. Thank you.
So I believe that concludes the data presentation or portion of my presentation. I'd like to just provide the commission some updates based on some of the work that we've been doing over the course of the past month and certainly longer. The first item I want to bring before you is just informational purposes for you, is that based on the statutory change that allows, in fact, public bodies such as the commission to meet remotely, as we are right now through April of 2022, we've updated our amended order. We've now called it a final amended order, although the last order was also a final amended order, so I guess I reserve the right to finalize things yet again. But for virtual community outreach meetings, as you may recall, during the pandemic, we've allowed for prospective applicants to conduct their community outreach meetings in a virtual way, so long as the municipality also consents to that. We've extended that consistent with that statutory change through April 1st of 2022. So therefore it does conform with that COVID related extension. Again, a few items that I think are important here is the municipality must in fact consent to it. It must be recorded. There must be a neutral third party that moderates. People must be able to submit questions in advance. So there's a number of other requirements that are layered onto that if an applicant does in fact want to conduct a virtual community outreach meeting. We also require that a copy of that meeting be submitted as part of the application as well, and also shared with local community access or cable access, excuse me, so that the community, if not able to participate remotely, can at least observe that meeting. Again, consistent with the goal of these community outreach meetings to begin with, is that communities are in fact informed about these proposals before an application is in fact submitted to the commission.
Questions? Please keep going.
One proud element that I think we've been waiting on for some time, but it's something again that we're certainly proud with, is comparing the adult use market to the medical use marketplace. I can now proudly say that we have this information available in our open data platform. So credit to our communications team as well as Mary Ann Sarkis, our data manager. She's been hard at work really evolving our open data platform to ensure that it is a true open data platform, but also that the presentation of that information is digestible in such a way that it's not just a data dump, so to speak, or that it's folks are able to use it and absorb it and digest it in an understandable and clean way, but they also are able to use this information for whatever purpose they might be seeking it. Obviously, we've had a lot of questions about medical sales in the Commonwealth. I can say that over the past 2 years, MTCs, or licensed medical marijuana treatment centers, have conducted $583 million in sales to registered qualifying patients and their caregivers. The data limitation here is the past 2 years. So it's 270 million over the course of calendar year 2020, and 2021 year to date is $205 million. As a reminder, those sales, excuse me, are tax free. Well.
Year to date through when? The 205 million for 2021. Do you know what month that's through?
Would have been through, I believe, August.
Okay, I'm just trying to do some calibration about what the full year might look like. Thank you.
This presentation, we do try to pull a clean date on the information so as to actually develop these slides. So my suspicion is it would have been about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
As I noted earlier, there's 83 operating medical marijuana treatment centers in the Commonwealth, as well as those 10 MTCs that do possess their final license. So that number we do expect to grow as we expand access to medicine here in Massachusetts. And as you know, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we've also seen a spike in patients And so I'm sure that's going to be a contributing factor there as well as far as those sales qualifying.
Right. Thank you. This is really helpful and a great accomplishment. So thank you to the staff for this. Questions, comments? Okay, please keep going.
And as I noted too, just to continue in the open data section for a second, is that we continue to try to aspire and strive to expand our data offerings there, but also make sure we're presenting it in a clean and understandable way. And that's been a longstanding goal of mine personally, but also I think a testament to the agency's desire to be as transparent and forthcoming as possible with information and make it available as we have it ultimately. So as opposed to publishing reports and things, which we also do, we'd like to publish data as in a live format. As I noted earlier in the discussion that relative to the social equity program, we do have 502 applications. Again, this data would be ripe as of about a week ago. As I noted in our past meetings and discussions, we do want to expand and continue our outreach efforts. We've not been able to do that in such a way as we are satisfied with, and certainly including direct outreach to individuals and communities that we believe may be eligible. So the deadline was proposed to be Friday, September 17th, which is in fact today. Based on some conversations we've had internally with our staff, especially with Kevin Sibley, our Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, as well as Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer, we do think it prudent to extend that deadline through November 15th. So that is an announcement that I believe we rolled out with yesterday, but certainly proud to announce it today, that through November 15th, folks can still apply for the third cohort of the social equity program. We do review these applications on a rolling basis. We're reviewing them now. We do have staff actively looking at those applications. We do, if information is insufficient or is not yet clear as for us to be able to determine eligibility, we may reopen those applications. We do honor initial submissions though. Once an individual is accepted into the program, those benefits available to social equity program participants accrue immediately, which does include access to those exclusive license types. So again, we'll be reviewing these applications up through November 15th and certainly even after, so long as that submission occurs before the end of the day on the 15th. So I just want to make that announcement for you, and the next few slides actually do indicate some race demographic as well as track interest amongst those 502 applicants. The caveat I will offer though is that these are applicants. These are not accepted just as of yet. So certainly we hope all folks that have applied are eligible, but we will determine eligibility based on a review of their application.
Are there questions for the Executive Director? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you. And I had a chance to talk with Director Sibley yesterday. I think in the time that he and I were on the phone, he almost had 6 messages come in of people that were probably calling about their applications. So I appreciate his hard work helping those applicants find their way through the process. Executive Director, under that second bullet, you talk about the additional time the commission can have to identify additional outreach opportunities to those disproportionately impacted communities. Is there any thought, obviously, is there other criteria that makes someone eligible for the program that we can think through? They may not necessarily still live in a disproportionately impacted community, but I hope we can give some thought as to other means of reaching out to those folks that still qualify for the program, but may not reside within one of our DI communities.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. It's it's a point, and I'll attempt to react to it, which is that our outreach efforts from our standpoint are, we know what we have at our disposal. We also know what we have as an expertise as well as credibility. And so our goal in our next phase of outreach is to really partner with additional folks that have direct experience working with communities that can hopefully help us ensure that we're taking all steps necessary. Things that we've done to date are certainly social media outreach, as well as trying to provide any digital or physical content in a way that is, again, I hate to keep overusing the word, but digestible, understandable, and clear. That does include translation into other languages, including most especially Spanish. But the next goal or next phase of outreach for us is to partner with folks that can serve and really help guide us, ensuring that we're taking all steps necessary to do that outreach. So For us, I think it's a combination of our own existing bandwidth. As you noted, Director Sibley is a very busy individual, and we want to make sure that he's continually available to folks. So we're looking to expand our bandwidth by partnering with community partners. I think it's a smart thing to do. I think it would be a worthwhile investment, and hopefully that number 502, which by all accounts is an impressive target already. Securing 502 applicants is more than we've ever had before, but that also suggests to me that we're able to do even more. So, and the other thing I should note here is that scalability of this is not something we're worried about as of right now. Because our learning management system is a digital offering and a digital platform, the first cohort of the social equity program was largely classroom-based, vendor-specific. Whereas we pivoted during the course of COVID to a learning management system, we now have the ability to share that information immediately to folks that are accepted into the program, which means we're also able to scale this up to a point where the volume of applicants, we certainly want to be available to them as a resource. And that's a bandwidth concern we have to be mindful of as far as you know, Kevin and others need to be accessible to these folks, as well as our licensing staff for that matter, as folks may want to pursue licensure. 502 people is a certainly large volume, but from a course material standpoint, I'm confident that we can roll that out instantly and make sure folks can get into the system right away. But 502 is an impressive number already. We're grateful to have those folks at least express an interest to us.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I was wondering, so I see the 502 number for applications, but do we have a number of the applicants who've been approved?
I do. It's also anecdotal, so I guess don't hold me to it. And that number continues hopefully to go up on a daily basis. I believe as of right now it was less than 100, but our review, I believe, is in the area of order of magnitude of just about over 200. Actually, I believe it might be more than that because we've reopened more than 100 applications, which means as we get through them, but I believe the number of accepted applicants as of right now is less than 100. But we've not been through all 502 applications, to be clear.
Commissioner Roy?
Mr. Executive Director, can you share the number that we received in cohort 1 and 2 to show progress? And do you think delivery had an impact on cohort 3?
To answer the second question first, anecdotally, without a doubt, I think the exclusive license type is a very attractive and appealing availability and incentive for folks to look at their eligibility for this program. Cohorts 1 and 2 combined, as far as accepted applicants or now accepted participants, I believe tops out just over 400. So those are the two combined. I don't have specific numbers. I just wouldn't want to give you bad information right now, but I do know combined, it's just over 400.
But that's 400 accepted, not the number of applications, which was very good.
Yep. And so we can pull data on the first two cohorts and compare them. I think that's a great, that would be a good illustration to show progress. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there are any other questions, please keep going, Mr. Executive Director.
So again, as the caveat I'll offer is these are the 502 applicants. So this does not necessarily reflect those that are in fact eligible or will be accepted into the program. At the same time, this is the data we have to react to at this point. You'll see that the majority of our applicants, or 46.9%, identify as Black African American. 83 individuals, or 16.5%, identify as white, and 60 individuals, and 12% of the total 502, identify as Hispanic, Latinx, or Spanish. The second table here, the bottom table, is based on track that the individual is interested in. So 17 individuals, or 3.4%, are interested in the ancillary track. 9.8%, 49 individuals have expressed an interest in the core track. The vast majority, 400, or 79.7%, are interested in the entrepreneur track, which is to pursue licensure. And 36 individuals, or 7.2%, have expressed an interest in the entry track. One of the anecdotal pieces that Director Sibley's noted to me is that part of those phone calls that he gets are, in fact, what does each track mean? And how do I identify which track might be best for me? I do know that he spends time with each individual, and it's not just Kevin and Shirley. There's additional staff that are available to this. And I should also note that I'm proud that some of our other staff, including our licensing staff, have expressed an interest in assisting processing these applications as well. And so that team effort is certainly something that it's organically happened. I'm proud of that climate and that environment. But one of the things I think we can do a better job of is explaining what each of these tracks in fact means and represents. So based on that feedback, I know Kevin and I will spend additional time, as well as Cedric, in making sure that that's part of our outreach effort as well, is explaining what those programs and those tracks entail.
Mr. Exec Director, if I could bring you back a little bit, I think you answered Commissioner Roy's question about interest in delivery. My question as a follow-up to that is, are we modifying or adding to the curriculum specifically around delivery to help all those interested parties?
Indeed we are. Indeed we did. I think that's part of the core curriculum of the program is certainly a deep dive into what each license type means. But given the exclusivity around delivery, it's certainly been a focal point over the past year and a half, certainly. And it's also a big component of the procurement we have active right now, which we're still processing as far as the next round of vendors that will support this program. So that's an important component there, is what I'm looking for, the specific requirements relative to a delivery license type.
Great. And, well, not just to do a delivery license, but to successfully operating a delivery business. Is that correct?
Yes, I think part of the element here is we know what's required of a delivery business. It's still early days in the Commonwealth relative to a cannabis delivery business. So success is something that I certainly hope we can also learn over time as well. It's not unlike, frankly, the advanced core curriculum in the RBT program. We want to make sure that we're smart enough to make sure that the vendors we have, including social equity program as well as RBT, are able to identify what those best practices are. So for us, it's also going to be a partnership with social equity program participants that have advanced through the program and are now embarking on that license type as well. And I've been really impressed with our previous cohorts and their ability and their willingness to serve as mentors to these folks. I think it's an important aspect, and it's happened organically as well.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Margot.
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you for this slide. It really allows us to see a little bit into the social equity application process right now. And, Commissioner Stebbins and I have had a lot of meetings with community members and leaders and folks in the industry in the last 9 months. We've been talking about the ancillary track. And I think, we need a lot more education on it. We also need to do some outreach. I know that we're working on some stuff behind the scenes that we may not talk about right now, but I just really want to, let the public know that ask about the ancillary services, do some research, send us some emails, even though, folks are swamped, but it's a really good opportunity to get folks into, the core of building. I think it's going to allow us to build an ecosystem around ancillary services and supplier diversity. So I think it's a good track, and I'm hoping that folks also realize that as well. And I personally myself, I hope to do more outreach on that. And I think when you look at the numbers in terms of race, I really appreciate seeing this. I'm also, have a lot of questions, but maybe not for today, but just curious, once we're done with this, where are folks coming from? What cities are they representing? I see, low numbers on some ends, but, we got work to do. And I think that we all know this within this industry. There's a sense of urgency to get into this program, and there's a sense of urgency to participate because, the window of opportunity will close at some point in Massachusetts. And I think that this is very crucial. So thank you for this slide.
Any other questions? Comments? Please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure, thank you. And just to build off of Commissioner Camargo's point, I think on the ancillary track specifically, this is an observation of my own, and I haven't vetted it across much more, but I do wonder if there's an element of someone may be an ancillary business, be it an electrician, IT specialist, HVAC. They may have that skill set and wonder, I don't ever interact with the Cannabis Control Commission. I don't require a license to the Cannabis Control Commission. I may never touch the plant, therefore I don't need to be registered as an agent. This program is not, I'm not eligible. So I do think that's part of our outreach, is to explain that track, explain how the benefits of this program can help you market your own business to this industry. And again, you may never touch the plant and therefore may never need to register as an agent, but we can be of service to you. And so any chance I get to talk about the ancillary track is certainly important. And if folks do want to continue to get into this industry, certainly we all aspire to have folks as entrepreneurs and business owners. But that basic skill set they may get through the core entry program is also important, especially if they can identify a mentor that can help them navigate the pitfalls, frankly, of running any business, but especially a cannabis business. So
Absolutely.
all of these tracks are ripe and eligible, but I think you're right as far as ancillary. It's an important aspect for us, and I think we have to be very proactive about our outreach.
Absolutely.
So this next slide here, just to continue on again, the grand total of 502 applicants, you see the breakdown based on gender. 71% identify as male and 27.9% or 140 identify as female. So the breakdown is between male, female, or user defined or declined to answer. Continuing as well as our veteran status, we do check that question as far as our members of the social equity program. Do they identify as veterans? You'll see the majority, 472 of the 502 answered no. Similarly, we also track the status as a farmer. You see the 466 individuals, or 92.8%, also indicated no. And that, I believe, is the final slide for the social equity program in the data set that we have based on the existing 502 applicants. Hopefully that number continues to trickle up, and hopefully the total number of accepted applicants continues to trickle up, so we can continue supporting and building out this program and evolving this program so that it's successful for everyone that comes through our doors. Virtually, I suppose.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Thank you for including the farmer status. I think it's very important for us to know what the farmer status looks like in the social equity program, because I've heard from a lot of constituents within the farming industry, outdoor cultivation, who are, very interested in farming and cultivating in Massachusetts. So thank you for adding this. It also gives me a sense of, where do we need to do more outreach? So thank you.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Concepcion, are you raising your hand? Please go ahead.
Thank you. The one thing that I just wanted to say is this is helpful. It will be more, well, not more helpful, but it'll be equally helpful if we get the same sort of graph and stats of those who are accepted once we finish accepting individuals, just to know how that, if this is in line with what we've seen and what was anticipated and what the end result is.
We can certainly commit to doing that. I think that's our intention as it is. But what's nice about the way this application works is we can ask questions of folks, and it provides us data. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on to a commissioner as well as down to the staff is our ability to learn from data and make data-based and informed decisions based on data. So the more data we have, obviously I think the better we're able to compare it year over year, month over month, and cohort versus cohort. So our social equity program has always been, the application process has always been in our portal. So we have that historical data to compare it to. So we look forward to, and I think we have to learn from it and embrace it. So I'm happy to commit to bring this back.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So this next slide is just a general hiring update as far as our activity over the past month or so, a little bit more than a month. And you'll see here that we've got a number of, at least one position that is currently posted. It closes on October 10th, and that is the role of desktop support analyst to continue building out our IT infrastructure. We have Paul Clark, who's our Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, and as he's arrived, certainly identified a need as far as continuing to support our staff, especially in a remote environment. As you know, as any technology issue pops up, it's no longer I can pop by your desk or office and fix that. It's let's log into Teams or come into the office. So having that additional bandwidth and set of hands is certainly going to be valuable. A number of positions that we've either closed or actively interviewing We are screening right now and beginning the interview stage for an executive assistant here at the agency. We've onboarded 9 additional investigators between August 16th and August 30th. They continue to integrate into the agency and continue their onboarding process, which at this phase is really a shadowing program. So applicants, licensees may see more folks in the field and may see more folks on their virtual inspections. That's really so we can continue getting what I'm considering our best in class. I would compare them to anyone in the country. I'm really impressed by our investigators and how they've adapted and evolved during the COVID, certainly, but how they continue to ensure this is a safe and efficient industry. And then lastly, some final candidates that we're in the process of identifying for the roles of Associate Enforcement Counsel to help Rebecca Lopez, our Enforcement Counsel, and her team, Constituent Services Associate to help Kathy Oliver Jones and our Constituent Service folks, and a Research Analyst to help Dr. Johnson and our research team. We're identifying final candidates right now, and hopefully we can begin to make offers to our new colleagues. In the last 4 months, this green highlight box here is we've recruited, hired, and onboarded 17 new staff members to bring our grand total as of right now to 83 total employees. So credit, especially to Erica White, our chief people.
Shortly. Sorry, excuse my interruption.
I was offering just praise and thanks ultimately to our HR team, Wendy Sanchez, Celia, and Erica White, all of whom have been working a lot to really support the entire agency, and I think have done a fantastic job over the past few months, but certainly during the course of COVID, to make sure we continue to support our agency and build out our team, and that we don't skip a beat. So,
thank you.
This last slide is just a budget update to give you some context, and also I guess to tease next month's meeting. I'd like to bring the commission a closeout process for FY21, which is the fiscal year that just closed in July, and I believe will formally close in the month of October from a comptroller standpoint. But this slide here does give you some historical context of our budget back to our initial year of existence in FY18 and our modest growth throughout. But these slides are available budgets that we've had for the agency. So you see in FY 2018, we started with $5 million, as well as $2 million for public awareness campaign. That $5 million as a combined, it really came in 2 different tranches available to us, to where we stand now in FY 2022, which is the $12.4 million appropriation, as well as 2.7 for our medical use of marijuana program. As you'll see, the public awareness campaign went from $2 million in FY 18 down to 0 over the past 2 fiscal years. So in grand total, we have about $15.2 million available to the agency to support our operations between the medical use and adult use programs. And that's something we continue to live within those means, which is an important component of our fiscal responsibility and our desire to be a value add to the Commonwealth. But certainly as we continue to grow, we want to make sure that we're able to support that with sufficient resources as well. So Adriana Leone, our CFO, will be back to the agency next month in October to provide you some additional insight into FY21 as a closeout, and also into FY22 as our existing fiscal year and how we intend to and plan to spend that process. And I also just I want to alert the commission that even though we're here in September of 2021, we're already thinking about FY23, and we've begun that budget process at a department level. And our system is ultimately that we ask our departments and our staff the first question of what do you need? How can we help you support your departmental needs? And then how can we help you support one another across departments, knowing that I'll use the hiring slide that we just advanced through. Any department that needs to grow is going to rely on a number of administrative aspects, including HR, including IT, as well as operations. And how can we all continue to support one another as one cohesive agency, as opposed to individual unique departments. So I'm very proud of the collaborative approach we've taken, but I want to make sure we're able to sustain that, and starting to do that really happens through our appropriations process.
Commissioner Roy.
That concludes my presence.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. This was really informative. Thank you for sharing the budget update. As a revenue generating agency, can you quantify for the commission what value we've added to the Commonwealth?
Certainly can, and we can provide that with more insight at next month's meeting, of course. If our appropriations are in about $15.2 million as far as what we cost, Non-tax revenue, so this is before any of these special excise tax applied to cannabis products. I believe we are north of, I believe it's $22 million. That's non-tax revenue, so that includes license fees, agent registration fees, fines, and the like. So we're very proud of that. I think we've tried to do a very good job in our forecasting as well. And I give Adriana a ton of credit on that. Certainly her history as the Senate Budget Director for Senate Ways and Means, she can appreciate the value of having accurate numbers forecasted at the beginning of a fiscal year, such that the legislature and the administration are able to budget to budget for an entire fiscal year. We've typically come within a margin of error for our forecasting, which, to be honest, is not a simple thing to do with a brand new industry. We typically won't know what's going to come through the doors. It's not as if there is a statewide cap on licenses, for instance. So what comes through the doors is really what we react to. We also don't know what we're going to see for agent registration volume. And obviously, it's impossible to predict what fines we may levy throughout the course of a year. Certainly, the goal is zero, ultimately. We don't want to see folks out of compliance, but if they are, we will be serious about our enforcement actions and take those very seriously. But she's done a fantastic job of trying to forecast accurately and ensure ultimately that we are not a revenue draw on the Commonwealth, but in fact, we're contributing back. So it's certainly north of 20 million. I would say order of magnitude, probably closer to 22.
Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner Camargo.
Just two questions. That 22 million is what time frame, and could you let us know the tax revenue generated, if you have any idea on that?
The 22 million would have been FY21, the fiscal year we've just closed out. I would be hesitant to offer a guess on the fly here for tax revenue, knowing that the number would be in fact a guess, and I wouldn't want to have that misreported. I will get that number for you though, and probably get it through during this meeting, to be honest.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I guess my question is a little piggyback on Commissioner Roy and Mr. Executive Director. You don't have to answer this today, but I think maybe for next month, it would be good to know. And I don't know, again, my ask here, it could be a legislative ask, but I'll put it out there anyways. Will we know in our presentation how much is going to the marijuana fund and how those monies or funds are being spent?
Sure. I'd be able to tell you what is going into the Marijuana Regulation Fund, given that any revenue we generate goes to the Marijuana Regulation Fund. So that does include the special excise tax, as well as any of the non-tax revenue that we generate. As far as where it's spent, I can tell you that I can account for at least $15.2 million of it, which is our appropriation. We could certainly review the budget, the FY 2022 Appropriations Act that the legislature has adopted and the governor has signed, and identify where those funds have gone elsewhere. Normally, the source of funding is identified within that budget document, and so we could just tally that up and see. So.
Yeah, I think it's important. You know, I've in the last 6 months, I've heard from a lot of constituents, you know, asking me and sort of just wanting more of the education. Obviously, we have to do, you know, a lot of more legislative outreach and understand, you know, go through the you know, the fine print to understand where a lot of this money is going to once it goes into the Marijuana Regulation Fund. But I think it would be both educational for us, but also for the public to know where some of that is landing. So thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for your investment in onboarding more investigators. As the number of licensees grows exponentially, bandwidth gets spread, and when, as you said, our goal is 100% compliance. And when licensees are in 100% compliance, the industry wins and consumers win. So I just want to thank you for your investment in adding more investigators, and I hope we can continue to do that in the future.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Executive Director, go ahead.
I was able just now to pull up, I pulled up the revenue numbers. We generated in FY21 $25,065,000. That compares in FY 2020 to just over $17 million.
Non-tax revenue, right?
That's non-tax revenue, exactly. So I will pull the tax revenue separately, but I want to just close that initial loop on the revenue we directly generate through our fees and fines.
Awesome, thank you.
Are there any other questions? And Mr. Executive Director, do you have any additional topics to cover in your report?
I have no further slides for my reports. Thank you.
So before I let the Mr. Executive Director go, any follow-up questions or items before we move into the licensing part of our agenda?
I do not believe so. I believe we have a job description that is later in the agenda, so I will hold on that for now.
Okay, yeah, that comes up in our commission discussion and vote section, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
So again, last chance to ask any questions to the Executive Director on any of these matters before we move on. Okay, then let me suggest we move on to the licensing part of our agenda. I'm also going to suggest, just looking at the time, that we try to go through changes of ownership, renewals, and finals, take a break, and then jump into provisionals, if that's okay with everybody. So that probably would be sometime at the bottom of the hour that we'll take a break. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, so I believe Mr. Potvin is on deck. Is he available?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but it's actually going to be Ms. Defoe taking the lead.
I thought you was just going to, okay, that's fine. Is she going to do all sections, changes of ownership? Oh, fine. Okay, that's fine with me. I did not know that, or maybe I should have, but well, I welcome Ms. Defoe, but I'll miss you, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How are you, Suko?
I'm doing good, Chairman.
Nice to see you again. So let's start. We only have one change of ownership to review today, and that's DMA Holdings LLC. Could you walk us through that, please?
Yes, sir. The licensee here is DMA Holdings LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 2 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request for your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments on this change of ownership application? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for DMA Holdings LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for DMA Holdings LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. At this point, Ms. Defoe, are there any other changes of ownership for the commission to consider?
No, sir, not today.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move to renewals. As I mentioned, for the first time in our history, we are in quadruple letters. I think there are 75 adult use and 10 medical renewals. Before we get into that, Commissioner Camargo has requested the opportunity to make a few comments on the renewal process. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be quick. So I think my fellow commissioners, you all know that I have an interest on renewals. And I'll reiterate it for the public. I look at renewals because I feel it is an opportunity to see where licensees are at a year later with their positive impact plans and their diversity plans, which is important to the commission and the mission of this agency. So I just want to go through some quick licensees, and I just want to make a quick comment, some shout outs. I will say that it's been great to review the apps this month because I'm seeing a lot of, now being here 9 months, I could see some of the conversations that we've been having and some of the comments that we've been making. I could see that folks are actually listening and implementing some of that. So for 253 Organics, I just want to, they have a really great program where they are donating space to the Franklin County Sheriff's TRIAD unit to support some of housing and some resources out there. So I just want to kind of give them a quick shout out for that. Blackstone Valley Naturals, I also want to give them a quick shout out. They're a very small micro business. They have 6 employees, and they were very honest. They haven't had the capacity yet to have to hire outside of their small network, but they have been very proactive around doing outreach to disproportionately impacted communities. So I want to just give them a quick shout out. Cedar Roots has a very, very great diversity plan model. As you all know, we read, maybe I don't know, every month, tons of these applications. So it's very nice to see something very simple, to the point with the information. And I also want to just give a quick shout out to Cloud Creamery. I think they are one of the key businesses right now working and have already put out an ice cream. I think it's innovative. This industry is moving quickly, and it's good to see the work that they're doing in the community as well. And I know they've been open for about 6 weeks now, so that was an interesting renewal as well. Delta 4020 LLC, I just want a quick shout out. Very simple plan. Thank you so much. And the last one I have here, Naturals Medicines. They did a lot of outreach in their plan. They had a plan, and then because of COVID, in their positive impact plan, they had to pivot during COVID, and they did a lot of outreach to host COVID vaccination shots within their locations in Fall River and some of their other places. So thank you for doing that. I think that was a very creative pivot towards COVID. Also, I want to say PharmaCans, Massachusetts. They have a donation. They did a donation to a canine program, and I really appreciate it, because last month I questioned another donation, but this one I really want to say that thank you for the explanation, but also their canine organization that they are working with is working with a canine who's helping towards mental services and sort of like a service dog. So I found that very interesting, but also, we're looking at these things, right? We're trying to figure out where are some of these resources going, where are the donations going? So I really appreciate them doing some of that work. During Pride Month, they donated to the Marsha P. Johnson organization. It's a national organization for Black transgender youth and adults, and that was very nice to see in celebration of Pride. So Pure Oasis, shout out to them. I know they're one of the first Black owned to open in Massachusetts. They've employed 7 social equity applicants. I think that's a big deal, so thank you. Sierra Naturals, I just want to give them a quick shout out. They have a program within their, I believe it's the diversity plan, internally called You Can't Be What You Can't See. And I just think that's great, and especially as a woman of color and not being able to see folks who look like me as much historically. I'm really appreciative of that program within their employee, outreach and their internal training. So that's very nice. And let's see, one more. Vendors just open up. Oh yeah, so okay, one more. Let's see. Oh no, actually that's it. Those are all my quick little comments and shout outs. So again, love the renewals. I learned a lot from the renewals. To me, they're a lot of fun. So thank you so much for putting the time and energy into your renewals.
And thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for paying such close attention to this. It's a really important topic, one that I really appreciate your energy around. We're going to go through this in rosters as we always do, but there's going to be 4 separate rosters given some special circumstances. So I would like to start with double R through W or UU. There are 4 nature medicine renewal recommendations, and I believe that Commissioner Camargo has a condition to request on those 4 renewals, so we'll treat those 4 as one roster. The specific condition that Commissioner Camargo has requested is within 30 days, applicant to clarify if the $5,000 donation to the NAACP, or is it NACCP or NAACP?
NAACP, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, there's a typo here. That's fine. So let me start again with within 30 days, applicant to clarify if the $5,000 donation to the NAACP for New Bedford is per license or per the 4 licenses. So again, the roster that I'm going to ask people to make a motion on and vote on is RR through UU, these 4 nature medicines licenses. So Commissioner Camargo, could I have a motion, please, to approve the renewal for those 4 licenses subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on renewal for licenses RR through WU, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The second roster that I would like to ask the commission to consider from this renewal roster are XX through AAA for New England Treatment Access LLC. And once again, Commissioner Camargo has requested a condition on these 4 licenses, specifically within 90 days, applicant to provide partnership letter from Western Massachusetts College. Is that correct, Commissioner Camargo?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other requests for conditions on these 4 renewals? In which case, Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals for XX through AAA, New England Treatment Access LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue renewals to New England Treatment Access AAA, or excuse me, XX through AAA, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next roster that I would like the commission to consider are all the other renewal applications for adult use licensees, specifically on this roster A through QQ, VV through WW, and then finally B through W. That is all the remaining renewals from the adult use world. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation, excuse me, to issue renewals to that roster? Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
I'll second that in a minute. I have a quick question. I want to go back.
Did I miss something in my roster description?
Question 2, yeah. B.
No, just going back to the previous motion, I'm wondering if we didn't miss out on one of the licenses for.
Netta, you're absolutely right. There's 5 of them.
B.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the catch. I appreciate that. So let's do that one. I appreciate that, Commissioner Stebbins. Apologize for that oversight. And since you caught it, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the renewal, the staff recommendation on renewal for New England Treatment Access LLC, B on this roster, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to New England Treatment Access LLC, B on this roster, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, Roy, and Hoffman. Thank you for that catch. I really appreciate that, and I apologize for that error. Commissioner Stebbins, anything else before I ask for a motion on the rest of the roster?
Now I'm ready to make a motion on the rest of the roster.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And Commissioner Roy, can I go ahead?
So moved.
Okay, so no, let's do it specifically. So I would like, I'll do this again just to make sure the record is correct. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to licensees A through WQ, VV through WW, and then triple B, or excuse me, let me get this right, triple C through triple W. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on the previously stated roster to issue renewals with a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The last set of rosters with respect, or last roster with respect to renewals are the medical treatment center renewals, starting with triple X, going through GG, quadruple G, if I could. Could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to that roster? Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, or Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation to issue renewals to the roster previously described, triple X through quadruple G, with a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Ms. Defoe, is that it for renewals to be considered by the commission at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Then the next category is final licenses. I would like us to consider all the final licenses A through R, which are for adult use, and then separately consider S, which is a medical marijuana treatment center. Ms. Defoe, can you give us an overview, please, for the adult use recommendations with respect to final licenses?
Currently, I think the things to point out are we have a marijuana courier, as well as a lab and a micro business.
Great. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions for Ms. Defoe on any of the recommendations with respect to final licenses for adult use? Okay, then I think I'd like to ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to applicants A through R on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation issue final licenses to licensees A through R on this roster with a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next, I would like the commission to consider the one medical marijuana or vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center up for a final license, item S on this roster. Are there any questions for Ms. Defoe before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Four Daughters Compassionate Care Incorporated?
So moved.
Excuse me. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I'll let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Four Daughters Compassionate Care Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Conception, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Ms. Defoe, is that it for final licenses at this point?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we take a little break here. It's 11:25. Can we take it? Would 10 minutes be sufficient if we reconvene at 11:35?
Mhm.
Great. Then the commission is in recess until 11:35. Thank you. I see Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy, are Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion back, and there we go. Hi, Commissioner Camargo. Hello, and then Ms. Defoe, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is, let's, not quite 11:34, so let me just wait a couple more seconds and we'll get back in session. Okay, it is 11:35. The commission is back in session. We will go through each of the provisional license applications individually, as is our custom, and we're going to start with. I'm going to try not to omit anybody from this process. Let me start with the first three provisional license applications. They are from Ivanka Labs LLC for Tier 4 indoor cultivation, product manufacturing, transporter with other ME license. These applications are co-located, so we'll go through them once with an overview from Ms. Defoe and then have separate votes. And these applications were expedited based upon the applicant's status as a social equity program member and as a minority-owned business. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Evocana Labs LLC. The proposed location is 14 South Pleasant Street, located in Ashburnham. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 4 indoor, product manufacturing, and transporter with other ME licenses. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant, as well as a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, the Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any additional conditions being requested by my fellow commissioners, but are there comments or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion? So again, we'll vote on these separately, starting with MCN 283141. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Stebbins for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evocana Labs, MCN 283141. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. The next one is also for Evocana Labs, LLC, MPN 281969. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evocana Labs, MPN 281969 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Finally, we have a third license application from Evocana Labs LLC, MXN 281382. Could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evocana Labs LLC, MXN 281382 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is Frozen Fork Corporation, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. This was a prioritized economic empowerment applicant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Frozen Fork Corporation. The proposed location is 24 William Way, located in Bellingham. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 2 indoor license. The applicant received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Commissioner Stebbins has asked for 2 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider a strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impacted designated community of Mansfield for employment and provide any update. And then second, prior to final application for licensure, clarify reference to diversity plan and positive impact plan and provide any update. Did I get that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, you did.
Any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions? Commissioner Roy.
I just want to commend Frozen Fork Corporation for their incredible generosity in their positive impact plan. $100,000 will be going back into the community of disproportionately impacted areas. So I just want to commend them for their generosity.
Thank you. Again, any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Frozen Fork Corporation subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Frozen Fork Corporation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated, 2 license applications that are co-located. If I'm correct, is that correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes, sir.
And these were both, if I'm correct, these were expedited based upon the status as minority-owned business. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated. The proposed location is 1R and 3R Green Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 5 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. We'll again vote separately on these, but I have requests for additional conditions on this license, these 2 licenses from both Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, I just want to make clear that your proposed condition applies to both of these licenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider a strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impact designated community of Fitchburg for employment and provide any update. From Commissioner Roy for both of these applications, her requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity plan under program section, namely subsection 6 to also include veterans in hiring advertisements. Are there any additional comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on these 2 licenses? Okay, then let's see. I think we are now up to Commissioner Stebbins. Could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated, MCN 283086, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated, MCN 283086, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next is also an application from MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated, MPN 281960. Subject again to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation from Commissioner Roy, please?
Oh, so moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MAIA Advanced Organics Incorporated, MPN 281960, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have Mass Cannabis Growers Cooperative, which is a craft marijuana cooperative, Tier 3 indoor. And again, that was expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Mass Cannabis Growers Cooperative. The proposed location is 11 Jackson Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a craft marijuana cooperative Tier 3 indoor license. The applicant received expedited review as a craft marijuana cooperative. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I have requests for additional conditions on this license from both Commissioners Camargo and Roy, starting with Commissioner Camargo. Her additional condition that she's requesting is PIP, prior to final license applicant to clarify what the quote membership lottery means as part of their PIP. And then from Commissioner Roy, prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity and inclusion plan under the program section to also include veterans publications and job sites and other veteran outreach strategies when advertising employment opportunities. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I did just want to point out in this application, and there was another application working on Pepperell Roots.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stebbins. Can you speak a little more loudly, please, or get closer to your microphone?
Sure. Is that any better? Apologize.
Yeah, it is. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I just want to point out, this Cannabis Growers Cooperative application and their diversity plan, and we've talked about it a little bit today, included goals and efforts to buy goods and services from a diverse group of vendors and work with our colleagues over at the Supplier Diversity Office. I thought it was commendable. It's something that we recently highlighted in the updated diversity guidance. And I also give them credit. We were just talking about encouraging folks to enter the ancillary track in the SEP program, really for this purpose specifically, so that they can find those business opportunities. So I just want to congratulate them on that. Again, I think Pepperell Roots is another one that identified a diverse vendor spending program. So just to thank Cannabis Growers Cooperative for including that in their application.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then could I ask, please, Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Cannabis Growers Cooperative, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Cannabis Growers Cooperative, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Misty Mountain Shop LLC, which is a retail application. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Misty Mountain Shop LLC. The proposed location is 323 Commercial Street, located in Malden. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have requests for additional conditions from both Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Starting with Commissioner Roy, there are 2 additional conditions she is requesting on this license application. First, prior to final application for licensure, the applicant shall ensure compliance with 935 CMR 500.050 Section 7C, namely not providing direct or indirect compensation to independent testing laboratories in the execution plan to positively impact disproportionately harm people as a condition of licensure. And then the second additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy, consumer education compliance condition. Prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, this applicant shall ensure full compliance with all consumer educational material requirements applicable to its license type in accordance with 935 CMR 500.140 Section 6 A through J. Commissioner Stebbins has asked for the following additional condition: prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Misty Mountain Shop LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Misty Mountain Shop LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins by a vote, excuse me, 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is NEMAT LLC, which is applying for a product manufacturing license. This was an expedited application given the applicant status as a woman-owned business. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is NEMAT LLC. The proposed location is 290 Millville Road, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Concepcion. Specifically, provide greater detail on who the positive impact plan is intended to benefit and how selected cleanup locations will impact the specified cohort. Are there any additional comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license application? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NEMAT LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NEMAT LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Concepcion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have North County Productions LLC, which is a Tier 6 indoor cultivation application. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is North Country Production LLC, doing business as North Country Farms. The proposed location is 12 Crescent Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 6 indoor license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request for both a comment and a additional condition. First, the comment. Commissioner Concepcion, you would like to make a comment on this application?
I would. Thank you, Chairman. So again, so no condition, but a comment in regards to the security plan that was submitted. I think a lot of my fellow commissioners and anyone who's been watching our meetings can attest to, I pay particular attention to security plans. And included in North Country's application was a letter from the Holyoke Chief of Police, both confirming receipt of North Country's security plan and that they reviewed the plan. So I just wanted to commend North Country for taking that extra step and working with local law enforcement and, you know, working with them to create a comprehensive security plan. It was noted. I know that, you know, I can speak for all of the commissioners here. We really do a thorough review of applicants' materials, and that stood out. So I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. And, you know, it was noted.
And thank you, Chris Concepcion, and thank you very much for your focus on public safety. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity plan under program section, namely subsection 1, to also include veterans in aforementioned notices.
I'd also like to make a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to commend North County as well for in their positive impact plan for including Holyoke Community College. And there are 15 community colleges in the Commonwealth. 10 reside in areas of disproportionate impact. So I was pleased to see community colleges are a tremendous resource. And I'm glad to see they're partnering in different ways with their Cannabis Education Center on academic advising and workforce training, on public education events, and entrepreneur opportunities. So I'd like to see more of that, if you know, with community colleges. I think they're an incredible resource, and so many of them, the majority of them, fall within these areas of disproportionate impact. So I just want to commend them on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to North County Production LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy. Would you make such a motion, please, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to North County Production LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, and help me out here, Ms. Defoe. There are 3 applications from Pepperell Roots LLC. The first 2 are co-located, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. If you would go through those first 2, then I'd appreciate it.
Okay. The applicant here is Pepperell Roots LLC. The proposed location is 35 Lomar Park Drive, Unit C, located in Pepperell. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 1 indoor and a product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request for additional conditions from Commissioner Stebbins, and I believe, Commissioner, that you would like these to apply to all 3 of the licenses that we're going to consider. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so The two conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins. First, prior to final application for licensure, provide clarification to CCC licensing staff whether positive impact plan educational sessions require an admittance fee, and if educational sessions are related to recruiting potential employees. The second condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impact designated community of Lowell for employment and provide any update. Are there any questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on these first two Pepperell Roots licenses before I ask for a motion? Okay, then I think we're up to Commissioner Concepcion. Could I ask you please to make a motion on the first of these Pepperell Roots licenses, MCN 283252, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pepperell Roots LLC, MCN 283252, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is the second of the co-located Pepperell Roots applications. This one specifically is MPN 282002. Can I ask, please, Commissioner Camargo, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pepperell Roots LLC, MPN 282002, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Then you have a separate summary, Ms. Defoe, if I'm correct, for the third of the Pepperell Roots license applications. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Pepperell Roots LLC. The proposed location is 12 Lomar Park Drive, located in Pepperell. They are seeking a cultivation tier 6 indoor license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. The conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins on the two previous Pepperell Roots license apply to this license as well. Is that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license application? Then could I ask, please, if Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pepperell Roots LLC, MCN 283254, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pepperell Roots LLC, MCN 283254, by subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Spencer House LLC, which is applying for a retail license and was expedited, I believe, as a woman-owned business. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Spencer House LLC, doing business as Canna Corner. The proposed location is 91 American Legion Drive, located in North Adams. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received an expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have requests from Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license, starting with Commissioner Concepcion. Specifically, prior to final licensure, applicant must amend its security plan to state that the appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission staff shall be notified of any breach of security or other reportable incident defined in 500.110 section 9. From Commissioner Stebbins, I have a request for 2 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities. Secondly, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there, excuse me, are there any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up are 2 applications from Sugar Grove LLC, co-located. So, Ms. Defoe, if you could go through those for us, and then we'll take separate votes.
Sure. The applicant here is Sugar Grove LLC. The proposed location is 0 and 642 Patriots Road, located in Templeton. They are seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for a condition that, again, Commissioner Stebbins applies to both of these licenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And that condition is specifically prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impact designated community of Fitchburg for employment and provide any updates. Are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on these 2 licenses before we take a vote? Okay, then if I could ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sugar Grove LLC, MCN 283194, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Commissioner Concepcion.
Here, aye.
You're good. I just know I wasn't accusing you of being on mute. I just didn't hear you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the Commission approves the staff recommendation issue a provisional license to Sugar Grove LLC, MCN 283194, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is the second Sugar Grove LLC provisional license application, MPN 282044. I'd like to ask Commissioner Camargo to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, can I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sugar Grove LLC, MCN 283194, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is the Heritage Club LLC applying for a retail license. And I believe, if I'm correct, this was expedited based upon the applicant status as a social equity program participant. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is the Heritage Club LLC. The proposed location is 116 Cambridge Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity and inclusion plan, namely under, quote, advertise all job posting section, unquote, to also include veterans publications, job sites, and other veteran outreach strategies when advertising employment opportunities. Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
In addition to that condition, I just want to actually commend the Heritage Club for their generosity and their positive impact plan with their earmarking $150,000 of funds annually to assist in covering closing costs for up to 10 qualifying residents each year. So I just want to commend them for their generosity.
Thank you.
Chairman
Any
Ramey?
other? I'm sorry, who wants? Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead.
Commissioner Roy, thank you for mentioning that. I had the same thing on my notes. It's very nice to see a social equity applicant, going through this process, but also giving back to the community. I also want to make a comment on their positive impact plan and diversity plan. We read a lot of these, and it's nice to see the local outreach and detail in their plan in terms of community outreach, organizations are going to work with, and sort of what they have set for the future. So very nice, well done, and very, very local. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Again, are there any requests for additional comments or questions or additional conditions on this license application? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Heritage Club LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approves staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Heritage Club LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, Roy, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have 2 applications from Verdant Reparative Incorporated, and I believe, if I'm correct, Commissioner Camargo, you wish to recuse yourself from this?
Correct.
I think you've already done it, but if you could shut off your camera, that'd be great. Thank you. These are co-located, if I'm correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes, sir.
Please, and please go ahead.
The applicant here is Verdant Reparative Incorporated. The proposed location is 150 State Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a product manufacturing and retail license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. If I'm correct, if I have my notes correct, Commissioner Stebbins, the condition you request is only on the first of these applications for product manufacturer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then we'll take the first one, which is Verdant Reparative Incorporated MPN 282055, and the condition on that specific license requested by Commissioner Stebbins is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure for production, identify any hiring goals for women, minorities, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a license to Verdant Reparative Incorporated MPN 282055, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Verdant Reparative Incorporated MPN 282055, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recusing herself. Next up is the second license application from Verdant Reparative Incorporated, MRN 282752. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there any comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Verdant Reparative Incorporated MRN 282752, subject, actually, that's it. There are no additional conditions. Could you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Sorry, Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have your vote, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Verdant Reparative Incorporated MRN 282752 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recusing herself. Please join us again, Commissioner Camargo. Welcome back. 2 more. The next license application is Zip Run Incorporated, which is a marijuana courier application, therefore expedited by the applicant's status as a social equity program participant. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Zip Run Incorporated. The proposed location is 1170 Morrissey Boulevard, located in Boston. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this application. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Zip Run Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Zip Run Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. That is it for adult use applications. There is one staff recommendation with respect to provisional licenses for a medical marijuana treatment center, specifically Alchemy League. If you could go ahead, please, Ms. Defoe.
Okay. The applicant here is Alchemy League. The proposed location for the cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing is 15 Main Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a medical marijuana treatment center license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Foe. Are there any questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? I have no requests from commissioners for additional conditions. Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Ms. Defoe, is that it for provisional licenses to be considered by the commission at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, thank you very much for being part of this meeting today and doing a great job presenting, but also for all the work that I know goes behind the scenes for you and the rest of the licensing staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Are we going to get to see you again in future months, or are you done with us, Mrs. Defoe?
No, sir. I'll be back.
Oh, good, good. That was the answer I was hoping for.
Good job, Sue.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
Mr.
much.
Defoe. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Stebbins.
sure. I'm sorry to be the pesky secretary, but
Did I skip one again?
No, I think when we did the Sugar Grove LLC product manufacturer license, you might have read the license number for cultivation. So we just ask for your okay that when the final minutes are produced, that we can list the license number for the product manufacturing provisional license for Sugar Grove. So sorry about that.
Thank you for catching that. I don't believe any further action is necessary as long as the minutes reflect what you just suggested.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you very much for that catch.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's it for licensing. Let me ask. I'm going to try to assess the mood and state of the commission. So I'm looking at Commissioner Camargo, who looks like she would like to take a lunch break.
At least a restroom break.
Well, let's try to do both if we could. I'm not saying at the same time, but maybe we could. It's 12:21. If we take 20 minutes and try to get people. You want some more time? Tell me let me not guess anymore, Commissioner Camargo. What would you like? Whatever you like, we'll do.
Oh wow, you're so generous. No, I just need to go to the restroom, but I'm just saying I'm not nodding my head and like yes, break. But whatever you think.
Would you like to take a little longer break so we can grab some food?
I'd appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you.
Commissioner, how much time would you like?
20's great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
20's perfect. 20.
Okay, so it's 12:22. Unless there's objections, let's recess until 12:42. Is that okay?
12:45.
Okay, 12:45. We'll take an extra 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm such a softie.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Okay, the commission is in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Yes. Chairman, I'm here too.
I'm sorry, who was that? Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm just still eating.
That's cool. That's cool. What'd you have for lunch?
Peanut butter jelly.
Wow.
No bananas.
How nutritious.
Sophisticated. No bananas.
That's all I had in my refrigerator today. I haven't been able to do groceries this week.
We are still live.
Oh,
Well, I think it's only appropriate that since Commissioner Camargo at our previous meeting discussed some of my personal habits, that we discuss some of hers.
there you go. Gives the public a little insight on who we are.
Okay, there we go. We've got all four commissioners, and I heard our executive director, so got a minute, but we'll get started again at 12:45. All right, it's 12:45. Matt, are we ready to go? Great. We are back in session at 12:45. As I mentioned, there are four topics for commission discussion and votes. And then, as I also mentioned at the outset, there's one additional matter that I was not aware of when we posted the agenda that we'll cover as our last item of business. But let's get going. The first topic for commission discussion and votes is a timeline for the executive director's performance review process. I'd like to thank Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership on this and his hard work on that. I'd also like to recognize that Commissioner Stebbins collaborated obviously with our chief operating officer as well as our chief people officer. So thank them for their help in this as well. Commissioner Stebbins, would you please go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm sorry, but if you could speak up, I'd appreciate it.
Yep. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues, in your board book, you'll find a memo from me addressing a very narrow, but what I think is an important topic that impacts our responsibility to assess the performance of the executive director, as well as a key step that impacts the rest of the commission team through the commission-wide performance management system. I also want to thank Alyssa Stack, our COO, and Erica White, our Chief People Officer, for their help and input as we review the current performance evaluation process for the executive director. I will tell you that everything we're discussing today should not be a surprise to the executive director, even though this is our process to manage as we see fit. I hope as we continue these discussions, he's not going to be surprised by anything that he sees put before the rest of us. The strategy here is to review critical parts of the evaluation and unpack some of those steps over the next few meetings. Earlier this year, we had the chance to approve the executive director's goals for 2021. I think the departure of some of the original inaugural commissioners and the arrival at that time of 3 new commissioners in all likelihood created a one-time scenario that delayed the approval of goals for this year. My goal in this memo is to hold the commissioners and the commission accountable in agreeing that a presentation of goals and commission approval take place prior to the end of the year. In my opinion, this allows the executive director to work with the commission team to start off the new year right, and allow the executive director's goals to flow through the performance goals being created for each member of the team in a timely fashion. The schedule suggests a presentation at the November meeting by the executive director of goals for the following year. And approval can either come at that meeting or the following meeting in December if commissioners feel they want to review the proposed goals and have a chance to consider them further. There is an expectation, I think, for this opportunity or this schedule to give the ED time in preparing his goals. Several steps can be taken in the process. Agreeing to this schedule now, I think the executive director has the opportunity to, one, reach out to the chair and each commissioner to discuss proposed goals prior to their final presentation. The executive director has the opportunity to work with staff and leadership to also review these goals. And at the same time, use the November meeting to not only present draft goals for the following year, but also address the progress of the current year's goals and identify some of those goals which we know are multi-year efforts and will be carrying over. So we know the ED's performance assessment is unique because the executive director is evaluated by 5 people. But as we move ahead, I will be looking for those points where the executive director's evaluation can resemble the performance management process used for the entire team, including a 6-month update and status report. So today we are just considering and agreeing on the dates for the presentation approval of the executive director's goals going forward, obviously with more to follow. So that's in essence the reason for the memo in our book, and I'm happy to answer any questions from my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any questions for Commissioner Stebbins on this topic? Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Executive Director, since you were referenced in those comments, any concerns or questions you have, please feel free to raise them at this point.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no concerns. Ultimately, I think I'd be happy to return to the commission as we have in the past as well with that progress report as far as the existing goals. And then obviously to Commissioner Stebbins' point, not all of them I think will have been achieved or attained within that calendar year timeframe. So I think in evaluating me, it's important that you have context. And so I think that opportunity does provide that mechanism to discuss how things have been sequenced, prioritized, or achieved, or if there's been any diversion from those goals for any reason in particular, to provide that information, and then certainly look for additional commission input in establishing the goals, knowing that my goals ultimately reflect the priorities of the agency and ought to reflect your strategic vision for where we ought to be going in 1 year, but also looking into out years as well to make sure we're on a glide path that's consistent with your vision. So this process, in my opinion, establishes that.
Great, thank you very much. Can I ask if people are, if there are no more questions, can I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you mind making a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I move that the commission approve the schedule as outlined in the memo for the presentation of the executive director's goals to be presented at the commission's November meeting with a vote either in November or at our subsequent December meeting.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approves the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Once again, Commissioner Stebbins, thank you very much for your leadership. I know this is just the first step in clarifying this process and making it consistent with performance management throughout the agency. So thank you very much for your leadership on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your help as well.
Sure. The next topic is possible extension of COVID-19 administrative actions. In introducing this, I want to acknowledge that our General Counsel, Christine Bailey, has done a lot of thinking and work on this topic, drafted a memo that was circulated to the Commission as input to this discussion. She is unable to be with us due to a previous scheduling conflict. However, our Deputy General Counsel, Pauline Wen, is with us, and I think is fully prepped to answer any questions we might have. And in General Counsel Bailey's absence, I've asked the Executive Director to introduce this topic. So please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, and also I'll add my thanks as well to Christine Bailey for her work on this. And Pauline is available should you have any specific legal questions or discussions. Now, of course, you have before you a memo, which I think does eloquently lay out the options available to the commission. And I would describe them exactly as that. You have an option in the two administrative orders that have now expired as of September 1st. The first one is relative to telehealth, the use of telehealth by providers for that initial certification for patients. As you know, the regulations require that all initial certifications be conducted by in-person visits so as to establish that bona fide relationship between patient and provider. We do allow under the regulations for renewals to be conducted through the use of telehealth. The second administrative order that has now expired, again as of September 1st, is for curbside operations. That is both for adult use and the medical market. We did allow an accommodation during the COVID pandemic, the declared public health emergency as declared by Governor Baker, for our retailers as well as for medical marijuana dispensaries to conduct sales outside of the traditional sales floor and really utilize the parking lot or curbside as an extension of that sales floor. That again has expired based on the rescission of the public health emergency as declared by the governor. We did allow for the extension for a period of 90 days up through September 1st to allow for folks to begin to cease those operations. As both of these matters are largely policy reflective, one would be a proactive issuance or a reactive issuance of a waiver to providers to actually conduct that initial certification through the use of telehealth. That is a general waiver authority granted by the commission through your regulations, which is then delegated to me as the executive director and through me to the staff to consider those case-by-case circumstances. It would require a provider to submit a waiver requesting a waiver of that specific regulation, which requires that initial certification be conducted by an in-person visit, excuse me. The second one is a bit of an interpretation and again, an accommodation in light of COVID and the ongoing public health concerns related to it. Again, the public health emergency declaration has been rescinded by the governor, but plenty of other guidance and bulletins of the like remain in effect, including mask orders and other public health protections that have been placed by individual cities and towns, as well as issuance of guidance from the Department of Public Health, the CDC, as well as the Board of Registration of Medicine, who ultimately licenses providers. And I think that's an important context here. We register clinicians for them to issue certifications. We do not govern their practice as medical practitioners. So their license remains issued by the Board of Registration of Nursing or the Board of Registration of Medicine, respectively, and they are governed, their activities and their behavior and their professional standards are ultimately governed by those jurisdictions. We oversee the registration process, and the curbside element, what is before you for a recommendation for your consideration is that curbside be authorized for patient access, and that medical dispensaries may continue to utilize curbside to ensure that patients that may not be comfortable just yet entering a store, or a dispensary, that they may continue to utilize that curbside pickup opportunity. Part of the rationale for that is that we do have delivery available in the Commonwealth today. As you know, it's exclusively available to social equity applicants as well as economic empowerment applicants, and it's an emerging marketplace. Delivery is also available in the medical market as well. Folks need to access medicine and has been historically since the inception of the program, and we do understand that a lot of licensees are utilizing that as a benefit for their patients. There are certainly areas of access concern throughout Massachusetts where whether it be delivery for patients or delivery for adult use consumers is not yet accessible or available. But as I noted earlier today, we continue to have a volume of applications available for the commission to consider, as well as for licensees to continue advancing their license through our licensing process. So what you have before you is a memo that's been drafted by our general counsel, which lays out the basis for which the commission may consider extending both the telehealth for initial certification as well as curbside operations. The recommendation before you is to extend curbside operations for medical use only. And again, there's a bit of a justification. It's a little dense as far as legalese is concerned, but it does lay out a basis for which you could continue or choose to elect to consider extending those options. And then finally, you do have before you a draft motion The specific criteria I would call your attention to is the timing. How long would you intend to or like to, if you do choose to extend, how long would you like to do that? The only offer of advice I could grant you here is that it is a commission decision ultimately to extend this. So tying it to any particular other action, as we learned through tying it to the public health emergency declaration, by those waivers or those orders ultimately expiring upon the rescission of that, it didn't leave us a lot of options. So that's why we did choose to extend it for 90 days, but by basing it on the public health emergency declaration, it became an automatic expiration of those respective orders. So my advice or counsel to you would be to make sure that it's something that the commission continues to enjoy the ability to dictate that ultimate fate. It could be for a period of time. It also could be that we continue to take it under advisement as the pandemic, frankly, continues to hopefully dissipate, but as we know, it's unfortunately evolving. So that's my brief outline. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have as far as how we might implement this, but I wanted to pose it to you as an option that the commission may consider.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. I typically try to go last in terms of these kinds of discussions, but with the forbearance of the commission, I would like to speak first on this topic. I believe that there really are two issues on the table here. One are the merits of the two policy options that the Executive Director outlined, but that is, in my opinion, a separate issue than the process. And as a matter of process, I would like to go on record saying that I am strongly opposed to taking the action that is being considered. Over the past 4 years, as we have developed and modified the regulations, we have used our best collective judgment to balance competing imperatives and perspectives from multiple constituencies. Given that is inevitable that people, certainly including our new commissioners, might disagree with some elements of the regs and wish to change them. That's fine. It's even desirable and is the planned outcome of rotating terms for our commissioners. But the right way to change the regulations is to change the regulations through the statutorily defined process that includes staff work, commission discussion and vote on draft regulations, hearings, public comments, and then final regs, as time-consuming and painful as that is. Waivers were designed, at least in my opinion, to deal with hardship and to give people the opportunity to suggest alternative means to accomplish the objectives of our regulations, for instance, meeting security requirements. Waivers were not designed and are not designed to change regulations or to override regulations. They are intended to be one-off, not blanket. I want to thank General Counsel Bailey for her thoughtful analysis of the options that the Commission has on these two issues and for her proposed defense of the Commission's authority to take these actions. Respectfully, however, I do not find these arguments compelling and very much worry about the slippery slope. Regardless of what anybody thinks about the merits of these two issues, I worry about the precedent, and I am totally convinced that if we allow these administrative actions, I cannot anticipate what the topic will be, but I am certain there will be a topic that has merit and is compelling. And rather than wait for the next regulatory round, we go through this kind of process and create waivers, or at least give the executive director the authority to issue waivers. I don't think that is healthy for the commission. I don't think that is healthy for the industry. I don't believe that is the way the regulatory process is designed to be run. And as I said, regardless of my opinion on the merits of these two issues, I think this is absolutely the wrong action to take from a precedent perspective. And I just wanted to get on record as feeling very strongly about that. I'm happy to hear comments or questions and engage in a discussion with the rest of the commission on this. Who would like to speak next? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what you said if this administrative order was permanent and with no expiration on it. But sitting in the public health seat with the Delta variant and the uptick, we need to address public health concerns. And if this administrative order has an expiration date or a review date, then I think that's That's what it does. It addresses those concerns. If it was permanent, then I would agree with your assessment that it needs to go through regulation change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so can I just ask a clarifying question, Commissioner Roy?
Sure.
Your comment, therefore, is about one of the issues, which is the extension of the allowance of telemedicine for the initial consultation. Do you have the same perspective with respect to curbside?
As it applies only to medical, yes.
Okay.
Medical.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Chairman, and again, thank you to our General Counsel for working on this. I think I'm piggyback on Commissioner Roy. I agree. We need to be a little flexible right now with this situation, and I guess my recommendation would be that we come back in either January or February and look at it. But for right now, I'm supportive of the extension.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Stebbins,
Mr.
please
Chair.
go ahead.
Sure. I have a question for the executive director. I guess I need a little bit more explanation as to how you would envision the waiver request process coming in from the number of certified healthcare providers that we have. And I guess I would have a question around the process for reviewing those waivers, what the timeline would be, and if you could foresee one waiver being approved and another waiver not being approved. So I guess if you could delve into a little bit more detail, or perhaps Pauline might be able to offer some thoughts on that question.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. The waiver process as it played out previously, we did have a good number of providers come forward, certainly some that practice as a group as well. They submit what is ultimately a general waiver request and identify the regulation that requires that initial certification to be conducted through an in-person visit. To answer your question as far as timing and process, they're relatively straightforward, so the complexity is not all that. We get waiver requests as a traditional routine business matter throughout the agency. The requester is required to demonstrate certain criteria, including undue hardship, alternative safeguards, and the like. These, again, being that they're relatively straightforward, we're able to process within a number of days at most. At this point, any waiver for telehealth has expired. So anyone that would seek to continue that practice would need to request anew a waiver process and begin that process yet again. We've also, because of the expiration of that bulletin, we've denied waivers for the use of telehealth consistent with the existing regulations. So my intention would be, again, not to get ahead of myself in any way, should the commission approve this process, would be to alert those previous waiver recipients to the availability of it, as well as those folks that have recently been denied. They would need to proactively apply for a waiver using that general waiver form. And Pauline was instrumental in the first wave of these, so I'd certainly welcome any contribution she may have or any feedback she may have. It is not overly complex. It is relatively straightforward. As far as what someone may be approved or another denied, it's unlikely that anyone would be denied. We will likely request additional information if a waiver form were incomplete. That's, I think, just consistent with past practice. And we also would require someone to attest to how would they intend to establish that bona fide relationship with a patient through the use of telehealth. It does not waive the requirement that the bona fide relationship be established. And in Christine's memo to you, there is some discussion about various administrative agencies, including the Department of Public Health, as well as the Health Policy Commission, and their discussions about telehealth. And what was particularly compelling to me, I guess leveraging my personal background in healthcare policy, is that telehealth is a relatively novel healthcare component. It's not novel, it's new as far as healthcare is concerned. And there are certain equity matters that are related to telehealth, which I think we need to account for, which is internet access and the ability for folks to actually access the medicine marketplace. we would want to understand how they intend to go about doing that, and some demonstration in writing is important for us. So beyond that, it would be someone proactively seeking a waiver and filling out a complete form. If a form were incomplete, rather than deny it, we would seek additional information.
That's your question, Commissioner Stebbins?
It did. I didn't know if Pauline wanted to offer any additional comments.
Well, I can't see you, Pauline. Are you here with us?
I am here. I'm afraid turning on my camera will mess up my internet connection, so I'm going to stay off camera if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Okay, so everything that the executive director has stated is correct. Commissioner Stebbins, we've gone through this waiver process before with the original bulletin that was issued. So at this point, the process would be quite streamlined, where response rate would be a concern. In terms of our evaluation of the waivers, should this bulletin be approved by the commission's vote today, it would be a statement by the commission recognizing the ongoing and evolving risks posed by COVID-19, and that would provide a bulk of the basis of the waiver. So, in reviewing the substance of a waiver, we look at the basis for granting such, and the bulletin offers that as a basis.
Thank you, Pauline. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. I know she's not here now, but I wanted to thank our General Counsel, Christine Bailey, for this memo. I thought it was really informative. And I wanted to highlight a distinction that she made between the two actions. So according to Christine, and I've looked at some of her citations as well, curbside aligns with our existing regulations. So long as the sale is conducted in the MTC and not the actual curbside. So it's a little bit different. We're not swaying or veering off track by permitting this sort of extension because it aligns with what we have in existence right now in our regulations. On the other hand, with telehealth, Sean, our executive director, thank you for providing your comment about how other agencies are really dealing with COVID right now. And although we're not bound by those agencies and their actions, I think that it's important that we take into account some of what they're doing as well. So I think that, in my opinion, Commissioner Roy, I think you said it best. We're dealing with a different set of circumstances here than the normal. And so long as this is not a permanent extension, I think that we should continue with the extension here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to suggest that we move into making a motion and taking a vote here. But before, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
May I make a recommendation that we do provide a review date or an
Well,
expiration?
that's you just anticipate exactly what I was going to say, which is I think we need to put in either a date certain to end or a review date to reconsider. And so I welcome your suggestion on that.
The end of the year?
For ending or review?
I would say review.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, you raised your hand. You're on mute. I thought we got past this. I thought you guys weren't going to put yourself on mute anymore.
My apologies. I was going to recommend our January meeting for review.
Okay. Okay.
And that really the reason is it allows us to make it through the end of the year, obviously the holidays and all kinds of stuff, and then sort of come back with some new data and see what happens in terms of where we're at for the January meeting.
Okay, I will entertain a motion in a few seconds. I'd like to make one comment prior to that. I'm going to vote no, in case it's not obvious, and I want it to be very clear that is not a comment on the merits of either of these two.
Sure.
I am just very concerned about the process. I guarantee you, I don't know when and I don't know what topic, but I guarantee you for some other but equally compelling reason, we're going to have the same conversation down the road, and this precedent is going to cause serious problems. That being said, I certainly understand the will of the commission, and let's take a vote. I just want for the record, people know I'm not opposed to either telehealth or curbside. I just think this is the wrong process. Let me take from the materials that were circulated by the general counsel, and I'm going to read the language and then ask for a motion on this. So specifically, relying on its authority under GL Chapter 94G, Chapter 4 AC 941, and the associated regulations, and in recognition of the continuing risk posed by COVID-19, the commission votes to extend the availability of medical curbside operations and the telehealth waiver process. Consistent with the prior delegation of authority, the commission directs the executive director and his delegates to take all the necessary steps to reissue the following. Number one, the final administrative order allowing curbside operations, which would allow medical marijuana treatment centers only to conduct curbside transfers for the sale of medical use marijuana or marijuana products. The bulletin on telehealth consultation for number two, the bulletin on telehealth consultations for patients, which will allow certifying healthcare providers to submit a new waiver request under 935 Code Mass Regulations 501.8502, specifically a waiver of the requirement under 935 Code Mass Regulations 501.002 that the provider conducts an in-person visit for initial patient certification. Both of these administrative orders and the delegation of authority to the executive director will be reviewed at the commission's January 2022 meeting. Anybody have any concerns with the language of that motion before I ask somebody to make that motion? Then could I ask, I'm gonna let anybody who wants, who would like to make that motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, thank you. Who would like to second that motion?
I'll second it. Commissioner Concepcion did the motion.
Oh, did you? Okay, so let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, no. Let the record show that the motion was approved by the commission by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, and Stebbins, with Commissioner Hoffman voting no. Thank you. The next topic on the agenda is a job description for a new position, Director of Testing. I think this might be the first time for the new members of the commission that we've had a job description brought up for discussion and vote by the commission. So perhaps, Mr. Executive Director, just give a little context and then go into this particular position that you're proposing.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you do note, this is the first time, at least with the commission as currently constituted, that I would be bringing a job description for you to you for approval. So for that context, historically, in the delegation of authority for the purpose of hiring, I've agreed, and the commission as part of that delegation directed that the creation of any new position return to the commission. So that way it makes sure that the growth of the agency and any vision is consistent with your vision, and also hold me accountable for the build out. If there's obviously the expansion of staff, so I'll use the investigators as context, or the replacement of staff, so for filling a vacancy, those need not come before you, but the creation of any new role certainly allows for the consistency with the build out of the agency, and again, ensuring that it aligns with your values, your vision, and what you think we ought to be prioritizing. So in that vein, before you today is the role of Director of Testing. It would be in fact a new role here at the agency for a number of reasons. One is we touched on earlier from a data presentation standpoint, we are increasing the volume of independent testing laboratories licensed and authorized to commence their operations here in the Commonwealth. As currently constituted, our investigators and compliance officers are in the field, Our investigators and compliance officers are certainly monitoring on a consistent basis the product safety of every product in the medical and adult use marketplace. We do have one lab and testing analyst that you've met her and certainly worked closely with her, Janine Hall-Frisson. She has done an exceptional job making sure that we are smarter, making sure that we are adequately investigating or inspecting these facilities and determining their criteria for licensure. She is but one person. And so it would be my goal to build out the ranks of our testing staff to continue to be smarter here at the agency and create the role of director of testing. As far as the structure of the agency, this would put this role on as a peer and on par with our director of investigations, our director of licensing, and our enforcement counsel, thereby making sure that testing is properly elevated as a component of our overall enforcement culture and structure. It would report to Yao Jibi, our chief of investigations and enforcement, and would oversee the roles of lab and testing analysts. So that's to add some color as to the structure there. And so the goal really, again, is to just make sure we have proper structure throughout the agency and that we are well equipped to continuing to effectively oversee and ensure compliance amongst our independent testing labs, mindful of their importance in our overall supply chain. So hopefully this meets with your approval, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you may have to hopefully secure your approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Are there questions or comments? We're asked for a motion. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want, Mr. Executive Director Sean Collins, I just want to say thank you for putting this into play. I think this is key to the industry. It is needed, and it's just going to allow us to do a lot more. And I know that I have also received a lot of emails and calls around testing and our microbial threshold working group. So I think this is going to be key to the industry. So thank you for pushing this, and I hope that we can do some outreach and find the right candidate for this.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Then I will ask my time-honored traditional question, Mr. Executive Director. Is this in the budget?
You will find out next month that this is indeed in the budget and has been established as an FTE for this fiscal year and obviously as a result for continuing fiscal years.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
It need not be an attorney as well, Mr. Chairman.
No, the attorney question is after we hire somebody, I ask whether they're an attorney or not. Thank you.
Certainly would welcome the additional attorney, but we're also looking for that testing experience as well specifically.
Well, I think we need to get back into the process of having our new employees join these meetings and stand up and be introduced, even if it's virtual, but we'll talk about that offline.
It would be a parade of people.
I think that's impressive, but I think that would be valuable, particularly in the virtual world in which we're residing. That being said, can I ask please for a motion to approve the job description for Director of Testing?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
I think I got Commissioner Stebbins. So let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the job description Director of Testing by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up is approving applicants for responsible vendor training. Are you going to lead this conversation, Mr. Executive Director, or whom are you going to delegate it to?
You have before you Olivia Laramie, who is a member of our research team, who is the key staff responsible for reviewing applications as well as the continued compliance of our existing responsible vendor vendors, I suppose.
Thank you. Welcome, Olivia. How are you?
I'm good, Chairman Hoffman. How are you?
I'm well. Are you going to walk us through these three applicants?
Yes, I am.
And please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 3 responsible vendor training applicants presented before you for your consideration today. The following applicants for your consideration are seeking 2-year certification for responsible vendor training. The entities are titled Train to 10, eLearn Cannabis Academy, and Willow Street Legal. The first entity is Train to 10. They're from Golden, Colorado. They will conduct their curriculum via a virtual interactive online format. The total length of time for their course is 4 hours, including one 50-question final exam that will require a score of at least 70% for each trainee to receive a passing grade. So again, before you for consideration is Train to 10 for RVT certification. The staff recommends your approval of Train to 10 for a 2-year RVT certification.
I think we can, am I correct, Mr. Executive Director? I think in the past we've done this as a roster rather than individual votes.
You may, sure. I don't know if
So
there's any
I
specific
prefer to do that. So if
conditions.
you wouldn't mind, Olivia, could you go through the other two as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So next I have eLearn Cannabis Academy from Scottsdale, Arizona. They will conduct their curriculum via an online format. The total length of time for their course is approximately 11 to 13 hours, though the class is self-paced. The course includes one final exam that will require a score of at least 70% for each trainee to receive a passing grade. Before you for consideration is eLearn Cannabis. And then the final entity is Willow Street Legal from Northampton, Massachusetts. They will conduct their curriculum through in-person interactive classrooms. The length of time for their course is also 4 hours, including one 40-question final exam that will require a score of at least 70% for each trainee to receive a passing grade. So before you for consideration, I have Willow Street Legal, eLearn Cannabis Academy, and Train to 10 for RVT certification, and the staff recommends your approval of each for a 2-year RVT certification.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Are there questions for Olivia, comments? Explicitly, would any commissioner like to take any or one or more of these off of the roster, or are you comfortable voting for all of them simultaneously? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Which RVTs are we phasing out?
None of the current RVTs are being phased out. We have 17 currently.
We're just adding to the existing roster?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
More of a comment.
Go ahead, please, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just think that this is also a good opportunity to talk about the social equity program and the ancillary services. I think that this is a good example of another entry into the cannabis industry for consultants or organizations that do this work. Out of these three, 2 of them are out of state. One of them is local, which is fine. But, you know, I know that there's a lot of consulting groups in Massachusetts and folks who do this kind of work. And I think that if we, you know, when we do more outreach around social equity and ancillary, I think that this will be a good, you know, point of contact. I'm always, you know, educating the public and providing access and opportunities is key. So I think that this is really, really important. Thank you, Olivia, too, for your presentation and all your work on this.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to approve the 3 responsible vendor training applicants?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Roy, was that you?
Yes.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on granting approval to the responsible vendor training applicants on this roster by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you, and Olivia, thank you not just for your presentation today, but for all of your hard work to get to this point. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Hoffman.
Okay, we have one last topic, and just as a reminder for the public, we are required by law to publish a final agenda for these meetings at least 48 hours before the meetings commence. But under the open meeting law, if there is an issue that is both timely and one of which I was not aware at the time the agenda was published, I am still allowed to place it on the agenda. I would like to have one topic that is in that context that was raised to me by Commissioner Camargo, and I have agreed to put it on the agenda because it is A, timely, and B, was raised to me subsequent to the publication of the public agenda. This is not a regular circumstance. Those of you that have followed our meetings over 4 years, 4+ years, know we've done this very rarely and is intended as an exception, not a norm. That being said, Commissioner Camargo made a compelling case for having it on the agenda because of the timely nature of the topic, so I agree to do that. If you wouldn't mind, Commissioner Camargo, I'd appreciate it if you'd start off the conversation on this topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for this moment to address my fellow commissioners, including you, our staff, and the public. I acknowledge that the matter we are set to discuss was not on the agenda, as you just elaborated, and I don't want to compromise process, and I don't want to disregard the work the commission staff is already doing around our second DI report, along with the community involvement. But like all things, I would like you, my fellow commissioners, to just think about this as a critical and urgent exception to the overall process. You were recently sent a memo, very recently, with my concerns around the omission of the City of Lawrence for both the first study in 2018 and the most recent study released in March of this year, which you all know we have not voted on yet. In the interest of justice, I hope you understand the sense of urgency with adding the City of Lawrence to our list of the current 29 cities and towns. I'm sure you probably all said when you got the memo, Commissioner Camargo, why Lawrence and why now? I'll tell you why Lawrence and why now. I know better now. And after 9 months of being in this role, regulating a $2 billion industry for the first state in the country to mandate equity and inclusion to those disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs, the data we're seeing is telling us a story, one that we may not be able to go back and rewrite. In light of the social equity program application extension, and Sean, thank you so much for doing that. That's a big deal. And the omission of the City of Lawrence for the past 4 years has created inequities in our programming and into our mission. It is imperative that we make an exception to the overall process before it's too late for one of the most disproportionately harmed communities by the war on drugs in Massachusetts. And honestly, I think everyone here agrees would fall in the top tier of any list and should have been added to the list, the first list 4 years ago. The social equity program's Latinx enrollment does not represent the disproportionate impact the war on drugs has had on the Lawrence community. While the Commonwealth's Latinx community represents 12% of the state's population, only 11% of cohort 1's population identify as Latinx, with a modest increase in cohort 2 with 20% of the enrollment identifying as Latinx. Lawrence poverty rate is 24%. 1 in 4 people live in poverty in Lawrence. It's about 82% Latinx. The median income is $44,000. Lawrence ranks 9th in the cities that release the most inmates back into their community. And like many, they have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. From January to May of this year, Essex County daily inmate count ranked highest, and data will show that Lawrence is one of the leading contributing towns of those daily numbers. As you know, Lawrence has historically been disenfranchised from the school receivership in 2011 to recently. Its poverty levels, over policing, and even negative comments from elected officials from a neighboring state, creating a narrative that continues to disenfranchise the Lawrence community. My fellow commissioners, can you really think of a community like Lawrence that has been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs and that we continue to leave behind, creating more barriers for access, employment, resources, and a chance to create generational wealth? The fact that this was not part of a DI report twice in 4 years for whatever reason is unacceptable. Everything the former commissioners, including you, Chairman, have created at the commission, and Sean, our executive director, was in the spirit of the CCC's mission: the development of the regs, the hiring processes and practices, the EA program, the social equity program, priority inspections, waivers. I can go on. Notwithstanding our efforts, Lawrence has been missing in action, and this is why I'm raising it now. And again, this is why Lawrence and why now. Again, I ask you, my fellow commissioners, in the interest of justice, I hope you too understand the sense of urgency with adding the City of Lawrence to the list of current 29 cities and towns. And you all have the memo that I sent a few days ago. So thank you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for that, and certainly thank you, and I deeply respect your passion on this topic, this important topic. Let me ask for comments or questions from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for putting this opportunity before the commission for its consideration. I also want to thank Commissioner Camargo. She has steadfastly raised the concerns about the city of Lawrence and how it should have been included in the first report, albeit for a lack of some required data. I already mentioned, my thanks to Kevin Sibley for the great work that he has been doing, and thank our commission team as well as our former colleagues who worked so hard to stand this program up, bring it to this point. In my conversations with Director Sibley, who's received considerable feedback about the program, the ease of application, perhaps some clarification around the program to help applicants understand the 4 different tracks that they can pursue. The 2017 report adopted by the commission weighted drug crime data, but also looked at economic figures, including families living below the poverty level and unemployment. The UMass report, which was presented this year, stated in the report, and I quote, "Based on the demographics and economics of Lawrence, though, it is highly likely the city would rank high on the DI score if all data were available, indicating another natural place for the further assessment and inclusion in the future." And I realize we're at a tough moment, right? We all agreed to a process earlier this year to review the results of the 2021 report and seeking additional input from a number of stakeholders. So I understand the challenge of our consideration of adding one community. But we saw earlier in the executive director's report that there continues to be a lack of diversity among registered agents. Those are the people licensed to work in this industry, and the number of SEP applicants who have completed the licensing process. I would say that without an established time frame for cohort number 4, we do run the risk of potentially eligible Massachusetts residents falling behind and missing out on the opportunities in this industry. With yesterday's announcement and the approval of the executive director to extend the deadline out into November, we have the opportunity to push the program application numbers up. And I would encourage us to specifically organize public outreach, not only in Lawrence, but other communities across Massachusetts, to help residents who meet the other SEP criteria also to apply. I realize that 2 months will go by fast, but to the extent we can maximize this extension to allow for more applications, we should. I would also ask, if we consider approval of Commissioner Camargo's motion, I would suggest an amendment to the motion that an official designation is not finalized until the commission receives a letter from the city asking for and agreeing to this designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
And Commissioner.
Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, Commissioner Stebbins, thank you so much for that. I will add, which I left out, I've received numerous calls, emails from nonprofit organizations, community leaders, residents, State Rep Frank Moran had sent us all commissioners back a letter in June, has sent us a letter sort of advocating and requesting this. I've also alerted the current mayor in the city of Lawrence. And so I think that, thank you for mentioning that. So I just wanted to add that extra piece.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Commissioner Camargo for her extraordinary passion and commitment to social equity. We all agree as a body that we can do more, and we all want to see forward progress. All of us agree that Lawrence, let me be emphatically clear, all of us feel that Lawrence should be a community designated as disproportionately impacted. My concern, however, is with process in this. And when my fellow commissioners received the UMass report in March of 2021, they asked for the courtesy of more time. And they received that professional courtesy of more time to go over this report. As the newest commissioner, I'm going to respectfully ask for more time, not only for this report, but the reason I'm going to ask for more time is because there are 36 communities in this DI report that we have punted on that have high DI scores. There are 4 that reside within Worcester County. So when asking this regulatory body to make an exception for one community, when there are 36 that have been sitting in limbo for 6 months, I don't know if that is the best process. So what I'm respectfully asking for a recommendation is just to table this for 1 month so we can consider Lawrence along with the 36 other communities that have been sitting in limbo with high DI scores for the last 6 months. You know, I feel that process is not fair when we cherry pick one community over all others. I just feel that it short circuits equal opportunity for all communities to be considered. But I agree with principle 1000% that they do need to be considered part of this. But it's just the process of cherry picking one community is where I'm struggling a little bit when there's 36 that have been waiting for us to make a decision that also have Latino populations and other populations that are at risk. So that's my thoughts on the matter. And again, thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I agree with you. I agree with your passion. I just respectfully, like you, my fellow commissioners asked for a little bit more time a few months back. I am doing the same and asking for this courtesy as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Can I ask Commissioner Concepcion, and then Commissioner Camargo, I'll give you certainly another opportunity, but Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any comments or questions?
I have I had a few clarifying questions just so that I'm understanding correctly. First, Commissioner Camargo, thank you for bringing this to the table, and thank you for that memo that you submitted to us all. My question is around the request. Are we asking for Lawrence to be included, you know, permanently? Are we talking about the social equity program, about this cohort that's going forward? Are we asking about a temporary waiver? Are we I guess my brain is in different pockets. You know, I'm thinking about diversity plans, positive impact plans, the social equity program. I want to understand what the request is. And also just some more information about Lawrence in comparison to the other areas that Commissioner Roy has mentioned.
Yeah, thank you. So my ask is that, as we all know, and I could say as we all know, but should have been added to the first list. The ask is that it is added to the list of 29, which will allow for social equity impact, but also positive impact plans and diversity plans. So that would be my ask, right? Obviously, we're having a conversation around it, but that's my clear ask. And your other question was?
My other question was, you know, Lawrence, Commissioner Roy brought up, and I'm thinking about the other, you know, the gateway cities. I'm thinking about the other areas that may be included in this process as we go through the DIA process here at the Commission. And sort of, can you just kind of expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that Sean, our executive director, is still online, and I think that there is a process in place. And I think that when you look at the current list, we know that the reason why we asked, or the former commissioners asked, for a second report was because, you know, there was some discrepancies, or maybe not discrepancies, but, you know, some stuff missing, obviously, on the first list. So I know that there is a process in place. I know staff internally is working on doing some community meetings, and I don't know if the executive director wants to talk a little bit about that timeline and that process. Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion, I completely understand, you know, where you're coming in from in terms of the other towns, but I really think that this is a unique moment because Lawrence was excluded twice, and I don't want to get into the details as to why exactly, because I feel it'll become a whole-blown conversation. But there's a sense of urgency with it, and it's not just about my passion. It's about the reality that we have left out a very high on the list, disproportionately impacted community that has not been able to participate in this industry for the last 4 years. When you look at some of those other 36 towns that are left, I think it's questionable how disproportionately they are on the list. And I think that the report will tell us more. And I know that some of the data that was used was incomplete for that second report. So I think there's a lot to it. And I know that this is an exception to the process. And I'm looking forward to the bigger process and the longer process, because I do know that there's some other towns as well that may be on this list. So I don't know, Sean, if you want to talk a little bit about the process that's going on or will be happening and what that timeline is and what that frame is, just because I feel like it could take a while and it could be another 6 to 8 months, right? And then again, we've disproportionately impacted one of your top cities in the state. But go ahead.
Okay. Let me try to, excuse me, can I just try to keep the conversation focused? So I'd like Commissioner Concepcion, since you had the floor and asking questions, if you have more questions or follow up, please go. Then I saw Commissioner Roy's hand, and I also want to defer to Commissioner Camargo's request to have comments from Sean. So let's go in that sequence if we could. So Commissioner Concepcion.
I have a few maybe follow-up comments. When as this commission, at least, Commissioner Camargo, Chairman Hoffman, Commissioner Stebbins, and at that time, Commissioner Flanagan, were going through that DIA report, the most recent iteration. I stated the need for a thorough process to make sure that we're doing it right. And I said that because a number of reasons, because there are so many people who will be impacted by this, and also because we are setting an example here. Even though we're the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, there are plenty of other states that look to us. And this is something I'm reiterating things that have already been said time and time again. But I'm also thinking about, I'm in Boston, and I know that there are areas in Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan that are not been included in our list because of the census tracts. And that's another conversation that we will be having around the process and what was included and what hasn't been included. So what I am trying to understand, and what I want to kind of wrap my mind around is, in the legal realm, we call it exigent circumstances. So what is the immediate emergency now for Lawrence to make sure that they're not only included for the cohort, but you're saying to come forward and be included, period, as a DIA?
I'm going to try to make this go well. Do you have a response to that, Commissioner Camargo, before I turn it over to Commissioner Roy?
I do, but you kind of wanted folks to go in order, so it's up to you.
Go ahead, and if you want to respond to that, I'm going to make sure everybody's got a chance. So go ahead and respond to the issue that Commissioner Concepcion just raised.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, I think you bring up a really good point. Boston is a huge issue in terms of the census tract and the data. But Boston's been included for the past 4 years, thankfully, and a lot of Boston has been able to participate. I think the urgency where I'm seeing is that I think it's honest to say that we know this process takes a while, and we know the magnitude. The chairman's laughing.
I'm sorry. I truly apologize for that. That was really immature of me. Keep going.
It's okay. We know the magnitude of this report, and we know the thoroughness that you're talking about, Commissioner Concepcion. I'm also worried about the timeline. I'm worried about it's going to take a while. And again, Sean, I think you still owe us those comments there. But by the time that we get there, we have now disproportionately impacted Lawrence again. And again, I mean, I could get into some of the reasons, why on the second report, Lawrence wasn't included, on the first report as well. And, on the second report, we know this. Throughout the report, the researchers realized that Lawrence had not collected data into the NIBRS system, right, which is a national database where they input all the data. There may be some infrastructure situations, some capacity issues. They haven't done it for years. I mean, that tells me there's a big hole in the city of Lawrence, and it continues to disenfranchise them even from this opportunity. I also know that no one thought outside the box. No one used common sense to pick up the phone and call the mayor of Lawrence. the chief of police, the sheriff, probation, right? Community organizations, policy tanks in the Merrimack Valley to say, hey, can we have some proxy data? I think it's unacceptable. And the sense of urgency for me is that we're leaving one of the most disproportionately impacted towns. We've left it, because right now it's not even on there. We've left it off the list. And I know everybody wants to get a little piece of the pie, and I'm glad that some of the cities that are on there are getting some of the pie. They've already been at it for the past 4 years, right? They've already had a head start. You have towns on there like Mansfield and Munson who are on the original 29, who have already been part of this process. So that's the sense of urgency. That's the sense of uniqueness. And I also think there's a lack of education. This does not mean that Lawrence becomes a yes town. This means that Lawrence will have some of the resources, be able to create some jobs and some, opportunities for the folks in Lawrence, but also those folks who want to participate in the social equity program are now 4 years late, right? They'll be in that program. They'll go through the process. We all know this. The program doesn't start to, who knows, maybe the end of November, December. By the time you get in, you figure out your business, you learn, it's hard to start a business. The city of Lawrence, by the time people get into the program, become part of this process, they'll be about 7 years into the industry, right? Or 7 years late to the industry. So I just think we're not going to be able to rewrite the story 4 or 5 years later. So.
Can I, Commissioner Concepcion, with your approval, Commissioner Roy has been had her hand up for a while, so please go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Camargo, in your conversations with the city of Lawrence, do you know if they'd be willing to provide the commission, like the city of Boston provided the commission, the data? So we had those data sets. Would the city of Lawrence be willing to provide the commission the enforcement data, just as Boston did, even though they don't report to NIBRS, just provide the commission the data?
I'm sure I can't speak for the city of Lawrence. I don't have the permission to, but I am sure that I'm sure they would be open to it. I'm sure it would be a little bit of work, absolutely, but absolutely. And that's something that we should have done 4 years ago. And it's something we should have done a year ago. And we did not. We did do it for the city of Boston. We picked up the phone and said, Boston, we don't have all your data. Can you get us your data? We did that for the city of Boston in the second report. We didn't do it for the city of Lawrence. One of
I need to just take issue with that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
We didn't do it for one of the highest disproportionately impacted communities in the state, period. So, Chairman, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I actually do believe in the first report we reached out to Lawrence for data and did not get cooperation. That's my understanding. I'm going to caveat it by saying I'm not 100% certain, but that's my understanding, that we certainly recognized 4 years ago that Lawrence likely belonged in this list, was not participating in NIBRS, and did try. And I will tell you, for whatever it's worth, I believe that that's probably likely, if for no other reason than I know that we had to work like dogs to get Boston to give us this information. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify.
But you know what, Chairman? Working like dogs sometimes works, right? So good for y'all.
It did in the case of Boston. Maybe we should have tried harder in Lawrence. But I just wanted to. We've been aware and working on this issue for 4 years. The only point I wanted to make.
No, and I appreciate that. I completely get it.
Commissioner Roy, did you have another question?
No, I just want to clarify the implications of this. So the city of Lawrence has prohibited marijuana establishments, but we're talking about the social equity program. So, and I get that we all want residents to be the recipients of positive impact plans or in diversity plans. They currently would qualify for the demographic criteria. So it's the residency, 5 out of the last 10 years. It's the residency requirement. So we all want that, but a regulatory body can't make exceptions or cherry pick when there's other communities that have been scored for DI. Their scores are high and they've been waiting in limbo. As I said before, 4 which reside in this county that I live in. So my concern is not with principle, Commissioner Camargo. I agree with you 1,000%. It's with process.
Yes. And Commissioner Roy, Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, I appreciate you. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I think that this is a unique circumstance, and I understand process, and that's why I'm asking it to be an exception to the process, because it's we didn't do it before, and we're at a critical moment, not only in our SEP programming, but also within the industry. And Sean, I want to bring you into this. If you can give us a quick highlight in terms of where we're at with the other process, I think that could be also helpful in terms of the timeline.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. And I want to be clear. I understand I owe you answers. I've been patiently awaiting my opportunity to provide them. So don't interpret that as a dodge whatsoever. As you know,
it was my fault to keep him waiting. Go ahead.
I'm happy to contribute to any conversation. So just give me an opening. That said, as you pointed out, the second report, the revision that was commissioned by the agency and presented to the commission, I believe back in March, we've since taken that step back as requested and begun to reflect on both substance as well as process. And that's been underway with an internal working group of our staff. Those staff members as well, I just want to point out, are not folks that traditionally work on our research agenda. They're not folks that traditionally work in our social equity program. It's a collection of staff throughout the agency that have expressed a real interest in the topic of social equity. And in fact, I think came to this agency with the intention of being able to work on projects like that. As a result, of course, it's staff that have traditional day jobs and are doing that work on a daily basis. So this is in addition to the normal duties, but they've also been given, I think, the time, space, and resources to have those conversations. I can attest to the fact that I just met with that group recently. I believe it's about 5 or 6 staff members, and they're continuing to assess the actual process by which the study came about, the procurement related to that study, as well as also beginning the process of reaching out to stakeholders identified by commissioners that would be valuable contributors to both, again, the substance of the report itself, the methodology of the report, the data set leveraged in the report, and where the commission, to hopefully bring back to the commission where you may want to go next with this, knowing that what is before you ultimately is kind of I'm hesitant to call it a baseline report, but that's exactly what it is, knowing that some of the critiques of that quote baseline are, it's arrest data, not conviction data. It's arrest data, not incarceration data. And so as we know, I think, and this is my hypothesis, as the wheels of justice continue to turn, it gets increasingly more disproportionate in its impact. And so that's where I think that group has been meeting. They will continue to meet. As far as timing, I'm hesitant to give you it'll be done by this date. I can easily predict, however, it's going to spill into the new year, without a doubt. In part because the work is that serious, as well as the volume of work they expect to do. And it's largely been guided by this group as there's no restraint shown by me or any hard deadline as far as get it done. Instead, it's let me know what you need, and we'll be sure to carve out the space for that to happen. One point I just want to make, and it's partly, I think, a bit of an exception to the phraseology here, is I don't think the report was lacking common sense as far as missing Lawrence.
Yeah.
The exception I would offer there is I think we knew at the outset Boston was missing. We discovered at some point Lawrence was missing. Is it a flaw of the study? Without a doubt. No one was going to dispute that. I just wanted to carve out that reaction or feedback. I will stand by the report as it being, I think, a thoughtful approach. Can we improve on it and can we build on it? That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
No, I have two comments. One, Sean, definitely thank you on the adjustment of common sense. Maybe that wasn't the best word, right? But as somebody who has done, work on the ground in Massachusetts for over 20 years and has worked in pretty much all over the state, in state government, in corporate, in nonprofit, in political campaigns, in research tanks, I understand, and I know that when I say common sense, there's more outreach that could have, should have been done, which is why I don't want to kind of get into it. And I think that's what I meant by the common sense, right? Using as researchers thinking outside the box a little bit and kind of trying to get that data. The other piece I'll just say, and I know Commissioner Concepcion has her hands up, is that we have as commissioners, we have the authority to approve this or not, right? So I want to make that clear. I went through the regs a little bit. I went through our responsibilities as commissioners, and we do have the authority to do this. Just want to put that out there. But
thanks.
Yeah,
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, you made a compelling point when you were speaking before about Lawrence. And I think that was something I needed to understand. Lawrence has been omitted in both reports, and it was from lack of data. And that's something I'm honing in on, because even though, I think we mentioned some of the other gateway cities, they are and they have been included in the most recent report that has come forward. I wanted to ask you about, I guess, about the request, and if you might be willing to tailor it a little bit, because Lawrence is so large, and it was such a large emission that even our report states this in the report itself, saying that had we had this data, there are some indicators that would show that Lawrence would be incorporated and would be listed. And that's something that's expressly stated in the information that we've gathered and that we've given to the public. So I was wondering a little bit about, because it's the finality of this that is concerning me. And I'm also concerned because I still think it's important that we have a process that continues. If you might be willing to amend it so that this is only, for, let's say, because the social equity program has been extended, that deadline, if we're only applying it for that, if people who live within Lawrence, maybe we give them a waiver for this cohort while we're going through this process and while we're gathering information. That's just something I want to throw out there. I'm like, maybe that is something that can be done, because it was such a glaring omission that even the commission itself has stated that in our research.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. And the chairman won't like what I'm about to say.
Will or will not?
You will not.
You think you know me that well, huh?
Well, I mean, we just had a conversation around, telehealth, right? And making a exception to the process. We just did it. We just did it before.
Well, I appreciate you acknowledging the parallel nature of these two conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're in parallel natures, and I think that Chairman, you stood where you stood on this on the item before, and I think that we have to be a little flexible, obviously, but it's a similar situation that we're in right now, and it's an exception to the larger process of a community that has been highly and continues to be disproportionately impacted in this Commonwealth.
Yep. So just a couple things, and then Commissioner Roy, I'll turn to you in a sec. I did not hear, maybe because what was your answer to the question? What was your answer, Commissioner Camargo, to the question that Commissioner Concepcion asked about? Would you be willing to make that change to your request? I didn't hear your answer to that.
I'm open to it. And thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for putting it on the table. Absolutely, I'm open to it. I think that I'll just stop at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Commissioner Camargo. I was hoping, and I respectfully recommend that we table this for 1 month, and also would the commission be willing to make an appeal to the city of Lawrence in that time frame to provide the commission the enforcement data? Because what you're recommending is permanent, so it's not exactly parallel, because what we did before was temporary. And for myself, as the only commissioner that comes to this table with the lens of working in a correctional facility for the last decade and working with an inmate population, addiction does not discriminate. And we have 4 communities in Worcester County that are going to be overlooked, and so cherry pick one. The process doesn't seem equitably fair if we just cherry pick. And I would hope the commission, we could make an appeal to the city of Lawrence that could provide us this data, and then we could make an informed decision maybe in a month from now with data points. Thank
So,
you.
I would suggest, if it's okay, it seems like there's the sequence we should follow here, which is Commissioner Roy has asked to table this for a month. She just added some specific additional requests as part of that. But to me, that is an appropriate motion that if Commissioner Roy, you're willing to make, I think we should take a motion, a second, and a vote on that. If it's tabled, I think we move on. Well, hold on one second, please, Commissioner Camargo. If we vote to table it, I think that's the end of the conversation today. If we vote to not table it, we have a vote on a motion specifically with respect to Lawrence. That to me is the appropriate sequence. So Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy. I'm sorry.
I'd say, may I add to that with the goal, with the ultimate goal of adding Lawrence as a DIA?
Sure. So I'll allow you obviously to make whatever the specific motion you want to. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
I'll let Commissioner Stebbins go. I know he's been waiting.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Commissioner Stebbins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would only suggest or just have us all give some consideration or agree to that if there is a decision to table it, that it doesn't prevent our staff with the extension of the SEP application deadline from doing some aggressive outreach in cities like Lawrence and other communities, maybe even those that are on that proposed new DI list, because we know there are other criteria and we're really, trying to maximize, the opportunity for people to participate in this next cohort.
I'm seeing Commissioner Roy actively nod her head.
Yes, that's an excellent point, Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you.
So if it's okay, then I would like to ask Commissioner Roy with the additions you've had. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm not, we're having a lot of conversation here, so I just want to be clear on what my ask is, but also what the other commissioners are putting on the table.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get to this point, okay, Commissioner Camargo, which is by asking Commissioner Roy to make a very specific motion. We will see what's on the table, and
can I make a motion?
Yes, but I think the sequence is Commissioner Roy suggesting to table it.
Okay.
And then absolutely, you have every right to make a motion, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Roy to go first and make a specific motion if you're comfortable, Commissioner Roy.
Okay, I'm going to do my best to include everything, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sure. Well, you can people can offer friendly amendments, so go ahead.
Okay. So I make a motion to table Commissioner Camargo's recommendation that the city of Lawrence be officially designated as an area of disproportionate impact. I am also respectfully making an appeal to the city of Lawrence to provide us enforcement data in that time frame, and with the hopes of voting on officially making them an area of disproportionate impact at our October 14th meeting, which will give them a month subsequently to file as a social equity applicant with the new November 15th deadline.
And then what about Commissioner Stebbins' point?
And also to robustly enhance our community outreach efforts in the city of Lawrence and other identified areas.
Thank you. Can I have a second of that motion, please? Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
With the ultimate goal of making Lawrence an area of disproportionate impact.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there any proposed friendly amendments to that motion before I ask for a second?
So I just want to be clear.
Yes.
So Commissioner Roy's motion is that we table it to October.
To our next meeting, yes.
Yeah, our next meeting, which is like around the corner already.
Isn't that great?
Right. To give Lawrence officials, however we figured out, to collect some data and bring it forth. I hope that whatever data will be enough in 1 month versus, professional researchers trying to gather data to then and continue to do the outreach in other communities that we need to, but then to come back and just make Lawrence, we're just talking about Lawrence, right? We're not talking about a whole bunch of new cities either. We're just talking about Lawrence in Commissioner Roy's motion.
I don't believe that she said, okay, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, that's if I'm open to adding other communities, but I'll let the commission decide the body.
No, I think I'm clear with your motion. I just wanted to reiterate it and be sure that this is about Lawrence. This is about giving them an opportunity to collect the data, get what they need to get, have a letter from the officials, and then us continue outreach to other towns and cities, and then come back in October and vote on it and try to make it official.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
I'm okay with that, Chairman.
Well, it's a vote.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, as for motion.
Questions are proposing any amendments to her motion, not what you're going to vote.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I wanted to just be okay with knowing what the motion was. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm not voting.
Fair enough. Questions of clarity around the motion
And I
are
just
perfectly
wanna
appropriate. Go ahead,
add that
Commissioner Roy.
I did not add the entire DI report because I know other commissioners have serious concerns. So I didn't add that in its entirety as well.
That's
Okay.
appreciative.
So Commissioner Roy, you have made a motion. I would like to ask for a second of that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. The motion was made by Commissioner, let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
I have a question. I'm sorry. I'm surprised by Camargo's vote. I'm sorry.
I think that's out of line. You can ask her later about that.
Oh, okay. So we're done with the conversation. My vote is no, nay. I thought we were continuing the conversation, but okay, Camargo.
Wait, now I'm confused.
Wait, look, guys, this is not. Commissioner Roy made a wait, let me finish, please. Commissioner Roy made a motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Camargo, and I'm asking for a vote on that. And we can certainly have follow-up conversations. This is not the end of the conversation, but there is a motion on the table that has been seconded that I'm asking for a vote on. Commissioner Camargo has voted aye.
But I meaning the motion that Commissioner.
Commissioner Roy made a motion. It was seconded by you. I'm asking for a vote on Commissioner Roy's motion.
Okay.
The motion was to table this until next meeting. So I want you to understand what you're saying, I too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes,
you voted
okay.
aye. Commissioner Concepcion?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. So the motion, let the record show the motion was approved. Commissioner Roy's motion was approved by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Concepcion voting no. The motion is to table this until October with all the explicit agreements about what we will do between now and October and in our October meeting, but the vote is to table this for today. Are there other comments on this that we want to go to before I ask for an adjournment of the meeting? Go ahead, please. Get yourself off mute, please.
I just want to reiterate, and maybe the executive director can say this for me. When is the deadline now for the new cohort?
November 15th.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify.
Are there any other questions or comments or suggested topics on this topic? We really can't introduce any other topics to the agenda, but on this particular topic, now that we've agreed to table it until October.
I just want to say thank you to all the fellow commissioners. I know this is a conversation that's not easy, but I appreciate everybody and thank you for the insight. As newly appointed commissioners, we're going through this process for the first time, and so I just thank everybody.
Yeah, and I thank you for raising the topic and for leading the conversation. I thought this was a difficult, important conversation. I'm totally confident we'll get to the right answer, and I appreciate Commissioner Camargo specifically your graciousness in allowing us to have a little more time to think this through. I really, because I know it's important, I know it's timely, but that was an incredibly gracious vote on your part, and I thank you for that.
Yeah. I want to thank Commissioner Camargo for all her hard work, and we're going to get this done. Just and again, for her passion and commitment to social equity and especially the city of Lawrence.
Okay, Matt, can we have the slide with the next meeting date, please? So the next meeting date where we know at least one of the agenda items that will be on is the 14th of October, 10 a.m., and we will continue for the foreseeable future to meet remotely. There being no further business before the commission, could I ask please for a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Thank you. Could I have a second? Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye, for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. The commission votes to adjourn as of 2:12 p.m. on September 17th, 2021. Thank you very much. Thank you to the staff for all your help getting us prepared for this and participating in this meeting. And to everybody, please be safe. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.